Beneath the cherry blossoms and silent temples, life in feudal Japan was anything but peaceful. Tonight, we walk in the worn sandals of farmers, servants, and samurai through rigid routines, backbreaking labor, and an honor code that left no room for weakness. From sunrise to sunset, every step demanded discipline, obedience, and quiet suffering. By nightfall, even the strongest would beg for rest or escape. If softly told stories of hidden hardships help quiet your thoughts, you've found your place in history's stillness. Subscribe now and hit the bell icon to keep uncovering the quiet weight of ancient lives, one sleepy step at a time. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from and what time is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. You wake to darkness. The tatami mat beneath your body offers little comfort after years of wear, and the thin cotton blanket does little to ward off the pre-dawn chill that permeates your small farmhouse. Your muscles ache from yesterday's labor, but there is no time to linger. The day begins before the sun even considers rising above the eastern mountains. This has been the way of life for generations of peasant farmers in the provinces surrounding Edo during the Tokugawa shogunate. Your home is humble, a single room where your entire family sleeps, with a dirt-floored kitchen area containing a sunken hearth. The smoke from last night's cooking fire has left a thin film of soot on the ceiling beams, adding to the layers accumulated over decades. The wooden frame of your house, bound together with rope rather than expensive nails, creaks softly as you rise from your sleeping position. Your wife is already moving about in the dark, feeling her way to the hearth to rekindle the fire from last night's carefully preserved embers. She will prepare a simple breakfast of rice gruel, perhaps with a few pickled vegetables if you're fortunate. The children remain sleeping, huddled together for warmth, their small forms barely distinguishable in the darkness. They will join the day's labor soon enough, but for now they need their rest. Your oldest son, just 11 summers old, will stir soon to assist you with the heavier farm tasks. You splash water on your face from a wooden basin, the cold shock helping to clear the fog of sleep from your mind. The water was drawn yesterday from the community well, carried home in wooden buckets balanced on a shoulder pole. Every drop is precious, used sparingly for cooking, cleaning, and occasional bathing. Nothing is wasted in a peasant's household. Dressing is quick and simple. Your clothes are practical. A cotton kimono-style garment called a kasode, worn with a simple obi sash at the waist, and loose-fitting trousers known as momohiki that tie at the ankles. During the cold months, you layer with additional garments, but even in summer, you keep your skin covered against the relentless sun. Your hands, calloused and weathered beyond your 35 years, move with practiced efficiency. On your feet go straw sandals, waraji, that you wove yourself during the rare moments of winter leisure. They will need replacing soon. The constant work in the paddies wears them down quickly. Outside, the first hints of grey light touch the eastern sky. The air smells of damp earth and wood smoke from neighbouring homes. Your first task awaits immediately: feeding the draft animal, an old ox that has served your family for many years. The beast provides essential power for ploughing the rice paddies, a task beyond human strength alone. You measure out a precious portion of rice straw, supplemented with wild grasses you gathered from the hillsides. The animal's feed must be carefully rationed, balancing its needs against the limited resources available. While the ox eats, you check your farming implements. The wooden plough with its metal tip, one of your most valuable possessions, needs constant maintenance. The wooden handle must be smooth to prevent blisters, and the metal must be kept sharp and rust-free. Your hoe, rake, and sickle receive similar attention. These tools represent a significant investment for your family, passed down through generations and repaired countless times. A broken tool means borrowing from neighbors or paying precious coin to the village blacksmith. By now, your wife has breakfast ready. The rice gruel is thin, stretching the precious grain as far as possible. Rice is both food and currency in your world. A significant portion of your harvest belongs to the daimyo lord who owns this land. What remains must feed your family and provide seed for next year's planting. The gruel is flavored with a small amount of miso paste and contains a few pieces of pickled daikon radish from last year's harvest. You eat quickly without conversation. Words are unnecessary for tasks performed thousands of times before. The sun now peaks above the eastern mountains, and you must make your way to the fields. Your farm consists of several small plots rather than one continuous piece of land. This fragmented arrangement is typical, the result of generations of inheritance divisions. Some plots are close to the village, while others require a walk of nearly an hour. Today you will begin with the rice paddies, your most important crop. The irrigation system that feeds your paddies is a marvel of engineering simplicity, developed over centuries. Water from the mountain streams is diverted through a network of channels controlled by wooden gates that allow farmers to flood or drain their fields as needed. Maintaining these waterways is a communal responsibility. The entire village gathers several times a year to clean channels, repair gates, and resolve disputes over water allocation. The system functions through cooperation. A single farmer acting selfishly could disrupt water flow to dozens of other fields. Arriving at your paddy, you remove your sandals and step into the cool mud. The sensation is familiar. The squish between your toes, the occasional sharp stone, the small fish and insects that dart away from your intrusion. The water level needs adjustment, so you move to the wooden gate, controlling flow into your field. With practiced precision, you shift the gate slightly, allowing just enough water to maintain the ideal depth for your growing rice plants. Rice cultivation is a science mastered through generations of observation. The timing of planting, the water depth, the spacing of seedlings, all must be perfect to maximize yield. In the spring, you prepared seed beds where rice was densely sown. When the seedlings reached the proper height, you and your family transplanted them to the main paddies, placing each tiny plant by hand in neat rows. This back-breaking work required days of stooping in ankle-deep water, moving backward across the paddy to avoid disturbing already planted seedlings. Now in summer, the plants require constant attention. Weeds compete with rice for nutrients and must be removed by hand. You move slowly through the paddy, your back bent at an uncomfortable angle, fingers searching through the muddy water for unwanted growth. Each weed is carefully extracted to avoid disturbing the rice roots. The mud sucks at your feet, making each step an effort. Insects buzz around your head, occasionally landing on your sweat-dampened skin. The sun climbs higher, its heat intensifying. There is no shade in the paddies, no respite from the beating sun. Sweat trickles down your back, soaking your simple cotton garments. You've learned to ignore discomfort, the heat, the insects, the ache in your lower back from hours of stooping. To dwell on such things would make the work unbearable. By mid-morning, your oldest son joins you in the field. He works silently alongside you, his small hands mimicking your movements. You rarely need to instruct him anymore. He has absorbed the rhythms and techniques of farming simply by watching you year after year. Occasionally, you straighten too, ease your back, and observe his work, offering a word of correction or encouragement. These moments of connection are brief but meaningful, unspoken acknowledgments of the knowledge passing from one generation to the next. The village is a collection of similar households, each engaged in the same daily struggle for survival. Your neighbor's fields adjoin yours, and occasionally you exchange nods or brief comments about the weather or crop conditions. These interactions are minimal but important. In this isolated rural community, cooperation is essential for survival. During planting and harvest times, families often work together, pooling labor to ensure all fields are tended in time. The social structure of your village is rigidly defined. At the top is the headman, chosen from among the wealthier farming families, who serves as liaison with the domain officials and oversees tax collection. Below him are the full-fledged farmers like yourself who hold land rights. Then come the landless laborers who work for others, and at the bottom, outcasts who handle tasks considered impure, such as leather tanning and burial of the dead. Your position as a landholder, however modest, gives you certain privileges and heavy responsibilities. You must not only work your land efficiently, but also participate in village affairs, contribute to community projects, and pay your taxes promptly. Failure in any of these duties could result in loss of land rights, reducing your family to the precarious existence of landless laborers. Tax collection is a constant concern. The daimyo's officials calculate your tax burden based on the estimated yield of your land. In theory, you owe approximately 40% of your harvest, but in practice, the amount can be much higher. Additional levies for special projects, gifts to officials, and contributions to village expenses can claim another substantial portion of your crop. What remains must feed your family for the entire year and provide seed for the next planting. As midday approaches, your wife arrives with a simple meal. Rice balls wrapped in dried seaweed, perhaps with a pickled plum in the center, if you're fortunate. You eat quickly, squatting at the edge of the field. The food provides necessary energy but little pleasure. Taste is a luxury rarely considered in a peasant's diet. Sustenance is what matters. After this brief respite, you return to the endless task of weeding. The afternoon stretches before you, long hours of the same repetitive motions under the relentless sun. Your world narrows to the few square feet of paddy immediately before you. There is a meditative quality to this work, a rhythm that allows your mind to drift while your hands continue their familiar tasks. You think about the upcoming village festival, a rare break from labor when the community will gather to honor local deities and pray for a bountiful harvest. Such celebrations are precious intervals in the relentless cycle of agricultural work. For a day or two there will be music, special foods, perhaps even sake for the adults. The children will play games, and young people may find opportunities for courtship under the watchful eyes of their elders. Your thoughts are interrupted by shouts from a neighboring field. Two farmers are engaged in a heated dispute over water allocation. Such conflicts are common during dry periods when irrigation water becomes scarce. The village headman will likely be called to mediate, applying traditional rules that have governed water use for generations. These disputes rarely escalate to violence. The community is too interdependent for such disruptions, but they can strain relationships for seasons to come. As the afternoon wears on, clouds gather on the western horizon. You watch them carefully, assessing their color, density, and movement. Years of observation have made you adept at predicting weather, a crucial skill for a farmer. These clouds suggest rain by evening, which would be welcome for the crops, but might delay tomorrow's field work. Every change in weather requires adjustments to your labor schedule, a constant recalculation of priorities. Your youngest children join you in the field as the day progresses, old enough now at 6 and 8. Years to handle simple tasks. They help gather the weeds you've pulled, carrying them in small baskets to the field edge where they'll dry and later serve as animal fodder or compost. Even the smallest contribution to the family's work is valued. There are no idle hands in A peasant household. The physical toll of your daily labor is evident in every aspect of your body. By your mid-30s, your hands have been transformed into gnarled instruments, fingers permanently curved from gripping tools. Your skin is weathered and darkened from constant sun exposure, marked with scars from countless minor injuries. Your back aches constantly, the result of decades spent bent over fields. Your knees creak when you stand after squatting, and at night muscle cramps often disturb your sleep. Yet your body also represents a remarkable adaptation to this harsh existence. Your arms and shoulders have developed tremendous strength from years of wielding farming implements. Your feet have toughened until they can withstand sharp stones and rough terrain. Your digestive system has adjusted to extract maximum nutrition from a limited diet. You can work for hours without rest, pushing through discomfort that would incapacitate those unaccustomed to such labor. As the sun begins its descent toward the western mountains, you assess the day's progress. You've cleared perhaps half of this particular paddy, which means you'll return tomorrow to complete the task before moving to the next field. The work is never truly finished. As soon as one round of weeding is complete, new growth begins, and the cycle starts again. Looking across the patchwork of fields that make up your village's agricultural land, you see your neighbors similarly engaged in their daily toil. Men, women, and children stoop over paddies, tend vegetable plots, or lead animals along the narrow paths between fields. This scene has remained essentially unchanged for centuries, a testament to the stability and resilience of rural Japanese life under the Tokugawa shogunate. The stability of your existence, however, comes at the cost of constant vulnerability. A single bad harvest could push your family to the edge of starvation. Natural disasters, typhoons, floods, earthquakes, can destroy in hours what took months to create. Disease can sweep through the village, claiming lives and leaving families without essential workers. The tax burden can increase suddenly if the domain lord faces unexpected expenses or simply decides to extract more from his peasants. As you begin gathering your tools to return home, you wonder about the rumors that have reached even your remote village. Strange ships have been seen in distant waters, carrying foreigners with peculiar customs and powerful weapons. Officials from the capital have passed through nearby towns, their presence causing speculation about changes to tax policies or military preparations. What might these distant events mean for your small corner of the world? The predictable rhythm of agricultural life has insulated your community from many of the political changes that occasionally sweep through Japan, but no village exists in complete isolation. New farming techniques sometimes arrive with traveling. Merchants, different crop varieties may be introduced by domain officials, and changing market conditions can affect the prices of the few items your family purchases or sells. As the first raindrops begin to fall, you hurry your children ahead of you on the path toward home. Tomorrow will bring more of the same, another dawn, another day of labor in the fields. The cycle of seasons will continue its eternal progression, each bringing its own tasks and challenges. And as you have done every day of your adult life, you will rise before the sun to meet them. What unseen forces might be gathering beyond the boundaries of your knowledge, forces that could one day transform the timeless patterns of rural life that have defined your existence? And how much longer can your body withstand the relentless demands of this harsh but familiar world? The rain that began yesterday evening continued through the night, drumming steadily on your thatched roof. By morning, it had subsided to a gentle drizzle, leaving the world outside your door transformed. The normally dusty village path has become a ribbon of mud, and water stands in low areas of the fields. This changes your plans for the day. Weeding the rice paddy will have to wait until the water level recedes. Instead, You turn your attention to indoor tasks that have been postponed during the dry weather. Your house, like all in the village, requires constant maintenance. The thatched roof, made from carefully bundled rice straw, must be regularly repaired to prevent leaks. Today, you notice a small damp spot on the earthen floor beneath a corner of the ceiling, a warning that the thatch in that area has thinned. This will need attention before the next heavy rain. You make a mental note to gather suitable straw. During the coming harvest, the morning is spent repairing tools in the sheltered area under the eaves of your home. Your wooden rake has a loose tine that needs to be secured with twine made from twisted plant fibers. The metal blade of your hoe requires sharpening with a whetstone, a task requiring patience and skill. A dull tool demands more effort and accomplishes less work, an inefficiency you cannot afford. Your wife works nearby, her hands constantly moving. Today she is weaving new straw sandals for the family. Her fingers work with practiced precision, twisting and securing the rice straw without needing her visual attention. She can complete a pair of sandals in just an hour, a skill developed over decades. As she works, she instructs your daughter in the technique, the girl's smaller hands, clumsily attempting to mimic her mother's movements. This knowledge transfer is essential. Your daughter will need these skills when she eventually joins another household as a bride. Domestic skills in your household are as specialized and refined as agricultural techniques. Nothing is purchased that can be made, nothing discarded that might serve another purpose. Old cloth is cut and resewn into smaller garments for children, or torn into strips for cleaning and bandages. Broken ceramic vessels are mended with rice glue mixed with ash, or their pieces are incorporated into drainage systems. Food scraps feed animals or become compost. This comprehensive system of reuse has evolved over generations of material scarcity. By midday, the rain has stopped completely, and patches of blue appear between the clouds. You decide to check the water level in your fields. Donning your repaired sandals, you navigate the slippery path toward your nearest rice paddy. Other villagers have emerged as well, each making similar assessments of their land after the rainfall. The irrigation system has performed as designed, channeling excess water away from the fields to prevent flooding. Still, the water stands higher than ideal in the paddies. You adjust a wooden gate to increase drainage, a delicate calculation. Too much water risks drowning the rice plants, too little could leave them vulnerable to the summer heat. Several neighboring farmers are making similar adjustments, occasionally consulting with each other about water flow affecting multiple fields. This cooperative management of irrigation is one example of the intricate social bonds that hold your village together. While each family farms its own allocated land, many aspects of agricultural life require coordination. The maintenance of irrigation channels, the scheduling of water use, the organization of planting and harvest, all depend on community, decision-making systems refined over centuries. The village council, composed of household heads and overseen by the headman, meets regularly to address these collective concerns. Decisions are made by consensus rather than simple majority, a process that can be frustratingly slow but ensures that all perspectives are considered. The resulting agreements carry the weight of tradition and shared necessity, making them largely self-enforcing. A farmer who takes more than his allocated water or shirks communal labor duties faces not only official sanctions, but also the powerful disapproval of his neighbors. While checking your fields, you encounter Tanaka-san, an elderly farmer whose land adjoins yours. Though well into his 70s, he still performs light agricultural tasks, his knowledge and experience making him a respected figure in the village. He comments on the health of your rice crop, noting approvingly that your plants show good color and sturdy stems. This subtle praise from an experienced elder brings you quiet satisfaction. Tanaka-san reminisces about a major flood that struck the village some 40 years ago when you were just a child. The rains came for 10 days without stopping, he tells. You and the river jumped its banks to sweep away 3 houses and damage many fields. The village spent 2 seasons recovering, with families sharing food stores to ensure no one starved. His story serves as both historical record and warning. Nature's power always lurks behind the apparent stability of agricultural life. As the afternoon progresses, the sun emerges fully, quickly drying the surface moisture from plants and paths. The air becomes heavy with humidity, and the temperature rises uncomfortably. You decide that the main paddy remains too wet for effective weeding, but a smaller vegetable plot on higher ground can be tended. Here, your family grows daikon radishes, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and various greens, crops that supplement the rice-dominated diet and provide essential nutrients. Vegetable cultivation demands different techniques than rice farming. These crops grow in raised rows rather than flooded paddies, requiring regular hoeing to control weeds and loosen soil around the plants. The recent rain has spurred both crop and weed growth, giving urgency to this task. You and your oldest son work methodically down the rows, hoeing while you follow behind to thin overcrowded seedlings and remove any weeds the hoe has missed. This vegetable plot represents a form of security for your family. While rice is the prestigious crop and primary tax payment, vegetables provide dietary variety and critical nutrition. They also offer some protection against rice crop failures. If disease or pests damage the rice harvest, intensified vegetable production can help prevent starvation. Additionally, certain vegetables can be dried or pickled for winter consumption, extending their value beyond the growing season. The pickling process is a crucial domestic skill managed by your wife. Large ceramic crocks stand in a cool corner of your home, containing vegetables in various stages of fermentation. Daikon radishes, eggplants, cucumbers, and leafy greens are transformed through salting and thyme into preserved foods that will provide essential vitamins during winter months when fresh produce is unavailable. The distinctive sour, salty taste of these pickles is a fundamental flavor in your daily meals, one you would sorely miss if absent. As you work in the vegetable plot, you keep an eye on the surrounding countryside. From this slightly elevated position, you can see much of the village lands, the patchwork of rice paddies in the lowlands, the thatched roofs of houses clustered along the main path, the forested mountains rising in the distance. This landscape embodies both natural and human history, shaped by geological forces and countless generations of human intervention. The mountains that form the backdrop to your daily life are more than scenic features. They are essential resources. They provide the water that irrigates your fields, the wood that builds and heats your home, the wild plants and mushrooms that supplement your diet, and the bamboo used for countless tools and household items. Villagers venture into the mountains regularly to collect these resources, their activities governed by complex traditional rules about who can harvest what, where, and when. Forest management is another communal responsibility. Certain areas are designated for timber cutting, others for firewood collection, still others left untouched to protect watersheds. Violating these designations brings swift community sanctions. The village's prosperity depends on sustainable use of forest resources, a principle understood long before the concept had a name. Your contemplation of the landscape is interrupted by shouting from the village center. A messenger has arrived, evident from his distinctive clothing and the paper packet he carries. The headman emerges from his house to receive whatever communication has been sent from domain officials. Such messages rarely bring good news for farmers. Typically, they announce tax increases, labor requirements for domain projects, or new regulations affecting rural life. Villagers gradually gather around the headman as he reads the message, their fieldwork temporarily forgotten in the face of potentially important news. You join them, your curiosity overcoming your usual reluctance to leave a task unfinished. The crowd maintains a respectful distance from the headman, waiting silently for him to share the contents of the message. The news, when announced, is mixed. The daimyo will be traveling through the region in the coming month, necessitating repairs to the main road that passes near your village. Each household must contribute labor to this project. However, in recognition of this burden, the rice tax rate will be reduced slightly for the current harvest. The assembled farmers receive this information with impassive faces, saving their analysis and complaints for private discussions later. This interaction exemplifies your community's relationship with higher authorities, a mixture of resignation and strategic accommodation. Direct resistance to samurai rule is unthinkable, but peasant communities have developed subtle methods of negotiation and passive resistance. When tax demands become truly impossible to meet, villages might send formal petitions through proper channels, carefully framing their requests in terms of loyal subjects seeking relief to better serve their lord. In extreme cases, peasants resort to more dramatic measures such as dumping grain at an official's residence or even open rebellion, though such actions invite severe repression. As the crowd disperses, farmers return to their interrupted tasks with much to consider. The road repair will take precious days away from field work, potentially affecting harvest timing. The tax reduction helps offset this loss, but brings its own calculations. Slightly more rice retained means adjustments to storage plans and possibly different decisions about which fields to harvest first. You return to your vegetable plot where your son has continued hoeing in your absence. You share the news with him, taking the opportunity to explain how such government demands fit into the broader pattern of obligations that shape your family's life. These teaching moments are essential to his development as a future household head. He must understand not only agricultural techniques, but also the social and political context in which farming occurs. The remainder of the afternoon passes in steady labor. The soil, moistened by rain but warmed by the returned sun, yields easily to your tools. Weeds come up with their roots intact and the vegetable plants look healthy and vigorous. You're younger. Children join you after completing their assigned chores, helping to gather the pulled weeds into baskets. Even your 4-year-old contributes, though her efforts are more symbolic than substantial. Every family member participates in securing the household's survival, their contributions increasing with age and ability. By late afternoon, the vegetable plot is fully tended, and you turn your attention to checking the drying rice paddy again. The water has receded to an appropriate level, meaning tomorrow can be dedicated to the postponed weeding task. As you make this assessment, you notice a section of the irrigation channel where soil has begun to erode around a wooden reinforcement. Left unaddressed, this could develop into a breach that would affect water flow to multiple fields. You spend the remaining daylight hours repairing this damage, packing clay soil around the wooden structure and reinforcing it with stones carried from a nearby streambed. This repair work exemplifies the proactive maintenance that characterizes successful farming. Problems identified early require minimal effort to correct. The same issue discovered after a breach would demand far more labor and could result in crop damage. Your constant vigilance for such details makes the difference between merely surviving and achieving relative prosperity within the constraints of peasant life. As the sun approaches the western mountains, you collect your tools and begin the walk home. Your body feels the day's labor, the persistent ache in your lower back, the stiffness in your knees, the various minor pains that are so constant they barely register in your conscious awareness. You've known no other physical state since adolescence. Pain is simply the background condition of agricultural existence. Returning to the village, you pass the local shrine dedicated to Inari, deity of rice and agriculture. You pause briefly, clapping your hands twice to attract the deity's attention before offering a short prayer for continued favorable weather and protection from crop disease. This small shrine, maintained by villagers rather than official priests, represents the localized nature of rural religious practice. While aware of Buddhism's more elaborate temples in distant towns and the grand Shinto shrines in major centers, your daily spiritual life centers on these humble local sites where deities are thanked and petitioned for practical assistance with agricultural concerns. The religious calendar provides structure to the agricultural year with specific observances marking seasonal transitions and critical farming phases. Planting begins after spring purification rituals, and no harvest commences without proper offerings of gratitude. These practices reflect the fundamental uncertainty of farming. Despite all human effort and skill, factors beyond control ultimately determine success or failure. Spiritual observances acknowledge this reality while providing psychological comfort and community solidarity in the face of shared vulnerability. Arriving home as dusk deepens, you find your wife completing dinner preparations. The central hearth fire illuminates the single room with a warm glow, smoke rising toward the blackened ceiling beams before finding its way out through the thatched roof. The meal is simple, but slightly more varied than usual. Rice, miso, soup with foraged mushrooms, pickled vegetables, and small fish caught in the irrigation channels. This modest abundance reflects the summer season, when nature provides more diverse food options than the lean winter months. Dinner is eaten communally, family members seated around the hearth. Conversation is minimal and practical. Observations about crop conditions, plans for tomorrow's work, news shared by the headman. Children are expected to listen quietly, absorbing information and behavioral norms. After eating, wooden bowls are wiped clean with small pieces of paper that will later serve as kindling, another example of the waste-free efficiency that governs household management. Evening brings the day's only leisure, a brief period before sleep, claims exhausted bodies. By firelight, you inspect and sort harvested soybeans, separating those for eating from those to be saved as seed. Your wife mends a torn garment, her needle moving steadily despite the dim light. The children practice writing characters in the packed earth floor using sticks, their education limited to what can be taught within the household. Formal schooling exists only for samurai and wealthy merchant children. Peasant education focuses on practical skills and moral instruction passed directly from parents to children. Occasionally, traveling entertainers visit the village, bringing music, stories, or puppet performances that provide rare exposure to artistic expression. More commonly, entertainment emerges from within the community itself. Storytelling by elders, songs sung during cooperative work, or ceremonial dances performed at seasonal festivals. Tonight, however, offers only the quiet companionship of family and the relief of rest before tomorrow's labor. As family members prepare for sleep, arranging their bedding on the tatami floor, your mind returns to the concerns that are never far from a farmer's thoughts. The rice crop looks promising now, but weeks remain before harvest, with countless threats still possible: typhoons, pests, disease, early frost. The tax reduction announced today helps, but you must still surrender a substantial portion of your harvest to the domain lord. The road repair duty will strain your household labor supply during a critical agricultural period. Yet beneath these immediate concerns lies a deeper unease. The world is changing, even if changes arrive slowly to your remote village. Strange. Ships have been sighted with increasing frequency in coastal waters. Merchants mention unusual goods appearing in city markets. Officials seem more numerous and more demanding than in years past. Something is happening beyond the boundaries of your limited experience, something that may eventually transform the patterns of rural life that have persisted for centuries. As sleep approaches, you wonder about your children's future. Will they continue this same existence, following the rhythms of planting and harvest, just as your ancestors have for generations? Or will those distant rumblings of change eventually reach even this isolated community, altering fundamentally what it means to be a peasant farmer in Japan? The questions linger as consciousness fades, to be set aside until tomorrow brings another dawn, another day of labor, another link in the endless chain of agricultural existence. What secrets might the coming harvest reveal about the fragile balance between human effort and natural fortune? And what whispered rumors from the wider world might soon reach even this remote corner of the shogun's domain? The rice harvest has begun. After months of anxious tending, constant vigilance against pests and weather, and prayers to agricultural deities, the moment of truth has arrived. The stalks stand golden in the autumn sunlight, heavy with grain, the culmination of your year's labor and the determinant of your family's well-being for the coming seasons. Harvesting is a community endeavor with families working together to ensure all fields are cut at optimal ripeness. Your household joins with two neighboring families, moving methodically through each other's paddies in turn. This cooperative approach, called Yui, embodies the interdependence that defines village life. Today you are working in Nakamura-san's fields, tomorrow he will help with yours. No formal accounting tracks these exchanges. The system operates on implicit trust and shared necessity. The harvest technique has remained essentially unchanged for centuries. You move through the field with a small hand sickle, grasping a bundle of stalks with your left hand and cutting them near the base with a quick stroke of the blade. The cut stalks are laid carefully on the dried paddy surface, positioned to facilitate drying. Your wife follows behind, gathering the cut bundles and tying them with twists of rice straw. Children carry these bundles to the field's edge, where they are arranged into small stacks for initial drying. This labor is physically demanding but executed with practiced efficiency. Your body moves almost automatically, muscles remembering motions performed annually since childhood. Despite the exhaustion that will come by day's end, there is satisfaction in this work, the tangible reward for months of effort, the golden grain that will sustain life through another year. The harvest also brings rare social interaction. As families work together, conversation flows more freely than during solitary field tasks. News is exchanged, marriages negotiated, disputes subtly addressed. Young people find opportunities for approved interaction with potential spouses, their glances and brief conversations noted by watchful elders. Even in labor, community bonds are reinforced and social structures maintained. By midday, nearly half of Nakamura-san's main paddy has been harvested. The work pauses briefly for a meal more substantial than usual. Rice balls with pickled vegetables, supplemented today with strips of dried fish. Harvest time justifies this relative abundance. The body's energy demands are at their peak, and successful completion of this crucial task takes priority over normal frugality. As you eat, seated at the field's edge, the village headman approaches with news. Tax officials will arrive within 5 days to assess and collect the daimyo's portion of the harvest. This announcement sends a ripple of tension through the gathered farmers. Though expected, officials come every harvest. The specific timing affects harvesting strategies. Fields must be cut, grain threshed and dried sufficiently for measurement when officials arrive. Any delay risks penalties, any rush risks grain quality. The headman also shares more troubling news. The tax rate, despite the small reduction announced earlier, will be supplemented by a special levy to fund coastal defenses. Those distant ships that have occasioned rumors are apparently causing concern at the highest levels of government. This additional burden elicits no visible reaction from the assembled farmers. Complaints are useless and potentially dangerous, but you feel the collective dismay like a physical presence. After the meal, work resumes with renewed urgency. The harvest tempo increases, each person pushing their pace slightly. The afternoon progresses in a rhythm of cutting, bundling and stacking, the harvested area steadily expanding across the paddy. Occasionally, someone begins a traditional work song, its simple melody and repetitive lyrics helping to maintain momentum and synchronize movements. Others join in, voices blending in a musical tradition passed through countless generations of farming communities. As the sun begins its descent, attention turns to preparing the harvested rice for overnight protection. The small stacks arranged throughout the day must be consolidated into larger structures designed to shed rain. These temporary storage formations, called taba, consist of bundles arranged with their grain heads inward and covered with protective mats woven from rice straw. Creating these structures requires careful attention. Improperly stored grain can be ruined by moisture, devastating a family's annual production. With the day's harvest secured, tools are gathered, and the work party disbands, each family returning to their home for evening tasks. Tomorrow will bring another full day of harvesting, weather permitting. The entire process, cutting, drying, threshing, and winnowing, will consume weeks of intensive labor before the grain is finally stored for winter. Back at your home, domestic activities continue despite harvest exhaustion. Meals must be prepared, children supervised, animals tended. Your wife sorts through vegetables harvested from your garden plot, setting aside those suitable for immediate consumption and those for preservation. Nothing can be wasted. Winter's scarcity always looms behind autumn's relative abundance. After the evening meal, you meet with Nakamura-san and Tanaka-san to discuss tomorrow's work plan. The conversation inevitably turns to the announced tax increase. Tanaka-san, with the freedom of advanced age, expresses what younger men dare not, that the burden has become nearly unbearable, that farmers retain barely enough to survive after officials take their portion. His words give voice to the community's shared frustration, though no one suggests any action beyond endurance. Nakamura-san changes the subject to safer territory, mentioning his son's upcoming marriage to a girl from a neighboring village. The match represents a valuable alliance between families, carefully negotiated over months. The wedding will occur after harvest completion, providing a rare celebration to punctuate the agricultural calendar. Such events strengthen community bonds and offer momentary escape from labor's constant demands. Returning to your house in darkness, you find your children already asleep, exhausted from the day's work. Even the youngest participated in harvest labor, carrying water to workers or helping to gather scattered stalks. From earliest childhood, village members learn that survival depends on contribution. There are no exemptions from necessary work. Sleep comes quickly despite your mind's continued activity, your body's fatigue, overcoming mental restlessness. Dreams mix with half-formed worries about weather, grain quality and tax burdens, your unconscious mind processing the day's events and anticipating tomorrow's challenges. Dawn arrives with alarming news. Overnight rain has damaged some harvested rice left in the fields. The protective coverings proved inadequate against an unexpected downpour. This development necessitates immediate action. Wet grain must be spread to dry quickly or risk spoilage. The day's harvesting plan is abandoned, as all available hands work to salvage the threatened crop. This crisis exemplifies the precariousness of agricultural existence. Despite generations of accumulated knowledge and careful technique, factors beyond human control, a sudden rainstorm, an insect infestation, an early frost, can undermine months of labor in hours or even minutes. Your livelihood balances constantly on the edge of disaster, held there by continuous vigilance and quick response to emerging threats. By mid-morning, The immediate crisis has been addressed. Wet bundles have been untied and spread in the strengthening sunlight positioned to dry quickly. The damage appears minimal if properly handled, but the incident has cost precious time in the harvest schedule and added anxiety to an already stressful period. Work returns to the planned harvesting, though with heightened awareness of weather conditions. Cloud patterns are monitored continuously, any hint of approaching rain triggering immediate protective measures. This hypervigilance represents another unmarked cost of agricultural life, the constant stress of vulnerability to natural forces, the inability to ever fully relax, while crops remain exposed to potential harm. The following days blend into a continuous flow of harvest activity. Each morning brings assessment of drying progress and decisions about which fields to cut next. The days are filled with the repetitive motions of cutting, bundling, and stacking, punctuated by brief meals and water breaks. Evenings are consumed by grain processing, threshing the dried bundles to separate grain from straw, then winnowing to remove chaff and debris. Threshing methods are simple but effective. Dried bundles are struck against wooden frames or boards, causing rice grains to separate from their stalks. The process demands rhythm and control. Too gentle and grain remains attached. Too forceful and valuable grain might scatter and be lost. Children assist by gathering any spilled grain, ensuring nothing is wasted. Winnowing follows, typically performed by women using flat baskets called me. The threshed grain is tossed into the air, allowing breeze to carry away lighter chaff, while heavier grain falls back into the basket. This ancient technique requires skill developed through years of practice, the right wrist motion, the correct angle, the appropriate height of toss, all affecting separation efficiency. Your wife excels at this task, her practiced movements, achieving clean separation with minimal grain loss. Throughout these activities, tax assessment looms as a constant concern. When officials arrive, they will examine your harvest, estimate its volume, and calculate the domain's portion. While the formal tax rate is fixed, assessment methods involve subjective judgment that can significantly affect your family's retention. Maintaining good relations with tax collectors through appropriate deference and small gifts has become essential to survival, another unofficial but critical aspect of the rural political economy. The day before officials' scheduled arrival, you complete threshing of sufficient rice to meet expected tax demands. The grain is carefully measured into standard-sized wooden boxes, providing a preliminary assessment of your harvest quantity. The results are concerning. Production is slightly below average, while tax requirements have increased. Simple. Arithmetic suggests your family will retain less rice than in previous years, requiring additional strategies to ensure adequate food supply through winter and spring. Options for addressing this shortfall are limited but exist. Intensified cultivation of secondary crops, sweet potatoes, barley, soybeans, can supplement the rice diet. Foraging for wild plants, mushrooms, and nuts can provide additional nutrition. In extreme cases, family members might seek temporary wage labor in nearby towns, though leaving the farm represents a last resort due to both practical and social constraints. These calculations occupy your mind as you prepare for the tax official's visit. The grain to be assessed is arranged in the open area near the village headman's house, each family's production grouped separately but viewable as a collective harvest. The presentation is strategic. Grain quality should be evident enough to prevent claims of substandard production, but not so exceptional as to invite increased assessment. When officials arrive the following morning, the village receives them with appropriate ceremony. The headman welcomes them formally, offering tea and small gifts. These men, typically lower-ranking samurai or specialized commoners in domain service, represent the distant authority of the daimyo lord who theoretically owns all land within the domain. Their presence embodies the extractive relationship between rural producers and military aristocracy that that defines Japan's feudal structure. The assessment process follows established protocol. Officials inspect grain quality, measure quantities, using their own standardized containers, and consult records of previous year's production. The village headman serves as intermediary, answering questions and subtly advocating for reasonable assessment. Individual farmers stand silently nearby, responding only when directly addressed, their posture and expressions carefully controlled to convey appropriate deference. Your family's assessment proceeds without incident. The officials note the slightly reduced volume compared to previous years, but accept the headman's explanation about early season flooding affecting some fields. The calculated tax amount, while burdensome, falls within your anticipated range. Some neighbors fare worse, their assessments higher than expected, prompting barely perceptible expressions of dismay, quickly suppressed. After completing individual assessments, officials announce the date by which tax rice must be delivered to the domain storehouse in the nearby castle town. This transport requirement represents another significant burden. Farmers must arrange transport of heavy rice bales over poor roads, typically using hand carts or pack animals. The labor diverts strength from field work, and the timing often conflicts with other critical agricultural tasks. With officials departed, the village exhales a collective breath of tension. Farmers gather in small groups, quietly discussing assessment outcomes and calculating remaining rice quantities. Those who received higher than expected assessments face difficult decisions about winter food supplies. Community support mechanisms may activate: subtle food sharing, labor exchange, adjusted loan terms, to prevent any household from falling into true crisis. Your family's position, while tight, appears sustainable. Careful management of remaining rice, supplemented with stored vegetables and continued gathering of wild foods, should carry you through to the next harvest. The margin for error has narrowed, however, and any additional misfortune, illness preventing work, storm damage to stored food, unexpected taxation, could push your household toward genuine hardship. The following days focus on completing the harvest of remaining fields while beginning preparation of those already cut for winter dormancy. Some paddies will be drained completely and planted with winter wheat or barley, a secondary crop that provides both food security and soil benefits. Others will remain fallow until spring, their exposed soil turned to freeze during winter, naturally reducing pest populations before the next planting cycle. This continuous rotation of crops and fields represents sophisticated agricultural knowledge developed over centuries of intensive cultivation. Japanese farmers have learned to extract maximum sustainable production from limited arable land, their techniques optimizing soil fertility and minimizing disease through careful crop selection and field management. This knowledge constitutes a form of cultural wealth transmitted through generations of practical instruction and observation. As harvest activities wind down, preparation begins for winter, the season of relative physical rest but continued household productivity. Preserved foods must be checked and organized, tools repaired, clothing mended and supplemented for cold weather. The brief agricultural pause allows attention to community matters previously deferred during intense field work. The village council meets to discuss several issues: repairs needed for a bridge damaged during autumn rains, allocation of forest cutting rights for winter firewood, and preparations for the upcoming annual shrine festival. These discussions reflect the self-governing aspects of village life. While ultimately subject to domain authority, communities manage many internal affairs through consensus-based decision-making among household heads. Your participation in these discussions marks your established position as a household head, a status earned through years of demonstrated responsibility and community contribution. Your opinions on practical matters, bridge construction methods, appropriate forest management, are given respectful consideration, though greater weight still goes to elders with longer experience. This incremental respect system ensures both continuity of traditional knowledge and gradual incorporation of new perspectives. The meeting concludes with discussion of recent troubling reports from traveling merchants. Strange ships have increased in coastal waters, and rumors suggest the great lords are divided on how to respond to foreign pressures. Some advocate maintaining isolation, others argue for cautious engagement with these outsiders. Such distant political matters rarely impact village life directly, but heightened military preparations could mean increased taxation or labor demands. Walking home after the meeting, you pass rice fields now emptied of their golden bounty. The landscape has transformed from summer's lush green through harvest gold to the bare earth of approaching winter. This visual cycle has accompanied every year of your life, a reassuring constancy amid the uncertainties of agricultural existence. Yet this year, subtle anxiety colors your perception, a sense that larger changes may be approaching, changes that could disrupt patterns established through centuries. At home, your family has begun evening activities focused on preparation for the upcoming festival. Your wife supervises the children in cleaning the house thoroughly, an essential ritual purification before spiritual observances. New paper is being placed in the small household shrine, and plans made for special foods to mark the occasion. Despite material scarcity, cultural and spiritual practices remain central to village identity, providing meaning beyond mere survival. The festival will honor local deities and express gratitude for the completed harvest, regardless of its quantity. It represents one of the few occasions when the community gathers for purposes beyond labor, when social bonds are celebrated through shared ritual, food, and entertainment. Children particularly anticipate the rare sweets, music, and games that appear only during festivals. As preparations continue, you sort the remaining harvest tasks into priority order. Some can wait until after festival celebrations, others require immediate attention. This constant mental organization of work, balancing urgency, physical possibility, and available labor, occupies much of your cognitive energy throughout the year. There is never a moment when all necessary tasks are complete. There is only strategic prioritization of endless demands. The following day brings the first significant cold of approaching winter. Frost covers the ground in early morning, dissolving under strengthening sunlight. This weather transition signals new agricultural activities, harvesting remaining vegetable crops vulnerable to freezing, gathering persimmons and chestnuts from trees near the village boundary, collecting mushrooms from forest edges before cold eliminates them. These supplementary food sources become increasingly important as winter approaches. While rice provides essential calories, nutritional variety depends on preserved vegetables, forage plants, and occasional fish or game. Your children have become skilled at identifying edible wild plants under your guidance, their knowledge of the natural environment expanding yearly through practical experience. The persimmon trees visited today represent an interesting middle category between wild and cultivated resources. Planted by ancestors generations ago along village boundaries and paths, they receive minimal maintenance yet provide reliable autumn harvests. Some fruits will be eaten fresh during their brief ripeness window. Others will be preserved through drying, producing sweet dried persimmons that store well through winter. While gathering persimmons, you encounter a traveling merchant resting beside the village path. These itinerant traders connect isolated, rural communities to wider commercial networks, bringing goods, news, and occasional glimpses of distant lifestyles. This particular merchant carries fabric, needles, medicine herbs, and small luxury items like hair ornaments, goods unavailable in the village itself. After exchanging polite greetings, the merchant shares news from his travels. The coastal Towns are buzzing with rumors of foreign ships anchoring in Japanese waters, their crews attempting communication with local officials. Domain authorities have increased military preparedness, with samurai conducting more frequent drills and inspections. Common people in towns speculate about possible changes to long-established trade restrictions and isolation policies. This information reinforces your growing sense that significant transformations may be approaching, though their specific nature remains unclear. The Tokugawa peace that has defined Japan for over 2 centuries has created an illusion of permanence. Yet history teaches that all political arrangements eventually change. How such changes might affect your remote agricultural community remains uncertain, but experience suggests that common farmers rarely benefit from political upheavals. Returning to the village with harvested persimmons, you find festival preparations accelerating. The shrine area has been cleaned thoroughly, and villagers are constructing temporary decorations from bamboo, pine branches, and rice straw, materials with spiritual significance in Shinto tradition. Women prepare special foods using precious ingredients reserved for ceremonial occasions. Children practice songs and simple dances to be performed during celebrations. The festival itself begins at sunset with ritual purification. The village Shinto priest, a part-time religious specialist who also farms, performs ceremonies at the community shrine, offering prayers and sacred sack to local deities. Households present offerings of rice, vegetables, and small handcrafted items expressing gratitude for protection and abundance. These rituals connect present villagers to an unbroken spiritual tradition extending into ancient times, reinforcing community identity and relationship with the natural world. Following formal ceremonies, celebration begins. Lanterns illuminate the village center, creating a rare nighttime gathering space. Musicians play traditional instruments, drums, flutes, stringed shamisen, accompanying singers and dancers performing regional folk entertainment. Children play games involving skill and luck, while adults enjoy rare social drinking of sake, the rice wine normally reserved for special occasions. Food shared during the festival represents the community's finest culinary achievements despite material limitations. Special preparation techniques transform ordinary ingredients into ceremonial dishes. Rice mixed with red beans for celebratory color, vegetables arranged in auspicious patterns, wild mountain plants prepared according to traditional recipes. The modest quantities are balanced by exceptional care in presentation and preparation. During these celebrations, social boundaries temporarily relax. Age groups that normally have limited interaction mingle more freely, elders sharing stories with attentive children. Young men and women find supervised opportunities for conversation that might lead to future marriage arrangements. Even village status distinctions diminish slightly, creating brief experience of community solidarity transcending everyday hierarchical relations. For you, the festival provides rare perspective on your daily existence. Stepping back from constant labor allows momentary reflection on life's broader meanings. The community bonds that sustain difficult agricultural work, the cultural traditions that provide identity beyond mere survival, the spiritual frameworks that explain human relationship with natural forces. These elements give purpose to the endless cycle of planting and harvest that defines your physical existence. As festivities continue into night, your thoughts return to the completed harvest and approaching winter. The tax burden has been met, if barely. Remaining rice should sustain your family through winter with careful management. Tools have been repaired for spring planting. Children are growing strongly despite material limitations. By the standards of peasant existence, your household remains successful, continuing the unbroken family line on this land, maintaining appropriate social relations within the village, fulfilling obligations to domain authorities. Yet subtle changes are occurring within this apparent continuity. Your oldest son displays unexpected mechanical aptitude, modifying traditional tools for improved efficiency. Your wife has developed new preservation techniques learned from a relative in a distant village. The headman has introduced an experimental rice variety in a small test plot, its seeds obtained through commercial networks previously unavailable. Even in this isolated community, innovation occurs within traditional frameworks, and beyond the village boundaries, larger transformations may be gathering force. Those foreign ships represent unknown potential, threats to established order. Certainly, but perhaps opportunities as well. The domain's increased military preparations suggest significant concern at highest political levels. The merchant's reports of unusual activity in coastal towns indicate changes already affecting commercial networks. As festival celebrations gradually diminish and families return to their homes, you consider what these potential changes might mean for your children's future. Will they continue the agricultural life that has defined your family for countless generations? Will they face challenges fundamentally different from those you've encountered? Will the knowledge and skills you've carefully transmitted to them prove sufficient for their survival in a transformed world? These questions remain unanswerable as you return to your home, guiding tired children through darkness, lit only by occasional lanterns. Tomorrow will bring renewed agricultural labor, winter preparation tasks that cannot wait despite festival interruption. The immediate demands of survival always take precedence over speculation about distant possibilities. Yet as you settle onto your sleeping mat, physically exhausted but mentally alert, you recognize that transition is itself a constant in agricultural life. The seasons change, crops grow and die, children mature into adults, elders pass to ancestral status. Perhaps the rumored larger changes are simply extensions of this fundamental pattern, the world moving through its own natural cycles of transformation. Your final thoughts before sleep overtakes you return to the land itself. The fields now, emptied of their golden harvest, the irrigation channels carrying reduced winter flow, the forested mountains standing guard around your small valley. This landscape has absorbed the labor of countless generations before you and will receive the efforts of many more after your time ends. Whatever changes approach from beyond the horizon, this enduring relationship between people and land provides continuity that transcends individual lives and political arrangements. What new patterns might emerge from the intersection of ancient agricultural traditions and the mysterious foreign influences appearing on distant shores? And how might the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of Japanese farmers adapt to whatever transformation approaches? You wake before dawn, as you have every day for the past 20 years, in the small village of Kurodani, nestled in the mountains of Echizen province. The winter air bites sharply through the gaps in your wooden walls, but you don't linger beneath the heavy quilted futon. Your family's reputation as papermakers stretches back 7 generations, and the day's work awaits, regardless of season or weather. The month is December, the most critical time in the papermaking calendar. The cold that makes your joints ache is essential for your craft. Only in winter can the finest washi paper be produced. The water runs clearer and colder now, and the frigid temperatures inhibit fermentation that would weaken the fibers. Winter's harshness is the papermaker's ally. Your home doubles as your workshop, with the main room dedicated to the family's craft. The worn wooden floor bears the marks of decades of work. Water stains, small fiber deposits, the subtle indentation, where generations have stood in the same spots performing identical tasks. The tools hanging on the wall are similarly marked by time, some inherited from your grandfather, their wooden handles polished by the oils of countless hands. Your wife has already risen and kindled the fire in the hearth. She moves quietly in, the dim light preparing a simple breakfast of rice porridge with pickled vegetables. Your 2 sons, aged 14 and 11, still sleep near the warmth of the hearth. They will rise soon to assist with the day's labor, learning the craft as you did from your father. Your daughter, 16 and already skilled in the finer aspects of paper formation, helps her mother with morning tasks. The family works as a single unit in the paper-making process, each member's labor essential to the final product. After a quick breakfast eaten in near silence, the day's work begins in earnest. Today's first task is checking on the kozo branches harvested last month and now soaking in the stream that runs beside your home. Kozo, the inner bark of the paper mulberry tree, is the primary fiber for your finest paper. Harvested annually, when the trees go dormant, the branches require careful processing before becoming paper pulp. You and your older son make your way to the stream in the dim pre-dawn light. The water flows cold and clear from the mountains, its purity essential for quality paper. The bundles of kozo branches tied with straw rope and weighted with stones have been soaking for 3 days now. You pull one bundle from the water, the sodden mass heavy with absorbed moisture. Testing a branch by bending it between your fingers, you determine the bark has softened sufficiently for processing. We'll start the steaming today, you tell your son, who nods silently. Few words are needed. He has seen this process every winter of his life. Returning to the workshop, you begin preparing the steaming vat, a large wooden tub raised on stones above a fire pit. Your wife and daughter have already stoked a fire beneath the vat, and steam rises as water heats inside. The younger son is assigned to maintain the fire, adding wood as needed to keep the water at a rolling boil. Temperature control is critical. Too little heat leaves the bark insufficiently softened. Too much can damage the delicate fibers. Your older son helps you carry the soaked branches from the stream. The bundles are placed carefully into the steaming vat, where they will remain for several hours. This steaming process softens the bark further, making it possible to separate the valuable inner bark from the outer layers. It also begins to break down the natural adhesives that bind the fibers, a crucial step toward creating pulp. While the branches steam, other work continues. Your daughter sorts through finished paper from yesterday's production, examining each sheet for imperfections. Her eyes are sharper than yours now, able to detect the slightest flaw in texture or formation. Sheets that meet the family's exacting standards are stacked for delivery to merchants. Those with minor flaws are set aside for local use or less discriminating buyers. Truly flawed sheets are never sold. They would damage the family reputation that has been built over generations. Your wife works at cleaning dried kozo bark from previous processing. Using a small, dull knife, she meticulously removes any remaining specks of outer bark or discolored spots from the white inner fibers. This tedious task requires tremendous patience and attention to detail. Even a single dark speck overlooked would create a visible flaw in the finished paper. She works by the light from the open doorway, her fingers moving with practiced precision despite their weathered appearance. After several hours, you check the steaming branches. Lifting one from the vat with wooden tongs, you test the bark by running a fingernail along its surface. The outer layer separates easily from the inner bark, the perfect stage for processing. You signal to your sons, and the family transitions to the next phase of work. The steamed branches are carried to wooden troughs outside the workshop. Here, in the cold winter air, you and your sons begin the laborious process of bark stripping. Each branch must be carefully scraped to separate 3 distinct layers: the outer bark, kawa, which is discarded; the middle green layer, dozuki, kept for lower quality paper; and the precious white inner bark, suki, reserved for the finest washi. This separation requires both strength and delicacy. Too much pressure damages the inner fibers, too little leaves outer bark attached. Your hands, gnarled from decades of this work, move with intuitive precision. Your older son has developed similar skill, while the younger boy still struggles with consistency. You correct him occasionally with a touch or quiet word, demonstrating the proper technique when needed. Feel the difference, you instruct, placing his fingers on the separate layers. The inner bark is smoother, more flexible. The outer bark is rough and brittle. The boy nods, his brow furrowed in concentration, as he returns to his task with renewed focus. Teaching requires patience, but ensuring the continuation of family craft knowledge is as important as the day's production. By midday, a substantial pile of separated inner bark has accumulated. Your wife brings a simple meal to the work area. Rice balls wrapped in dried seaweed with pickled vegetables and tea. The family eats quickly, standing beside the troughs, conscious of the remaining daylight hours. Winter days are short, and much work remains. After the brief meal, the cleaned inner bark is gathered and returned to the workshop for the next processing stage. The white fibers are placed in large wooden vats filled with water from the stream. To this, your wife adds wood ash lye, a caustic solution prepared months earlier by filtering water through the ashes of hardwood fires. This lye bath will further break down the natural adhesives in the fibers and remove any remaining impurities. The mixture requires regular stirring with wooden poles, a task assigned to the boys. They take turns agitating the fibers, maintaining the slow movement that ensures even lye penetration without damaging the delicate strands. This process will continue overnight, with family members taking shifts to stir the vat every few hours. While the new fibers begin their lye bath, you turn your attention to kozo that completed this stage yesterday. These fibers now require thorough washing to remove all traces of lye before beating can begin. You and your daughter carry the fiber mass to the stream, where special bamboo screens have been installed to create a washing station. The washing process is physically demanding, especially in winter. Standing in the freezing stream, you spread the fibers across the bamboo screens and agitate them continuously, allowing the rushing water to carry away the lye and impurities. Your hands ache with cold despite their toughened state, and your daughter's cheeks grow red in the winter air. Yet neither complains. This discomfort is simply part of producing paper of exceptional quality. The water speaks to the fibers, you tell your daughter, repeating the phrase your father told you decades earlier. Listen to how it changes as the fibers clean. She nods, understanding this is not mere poetic language, but practical instruction. The sound of water flowing through the fibers indeed changes as they become purified, a subtle indicator that experienced papermakers recognize. Such knowledge, impossible to record in writing, passes directly from master to apprentice through shared work. After several hours of washing, you test the fibers by taste. A small amount placed on the tongue should have no trace of bitterness or alkalinity. Finding them properly neutralized, you signal it's time to remove them from the stream. The cleaned fibers are wrung out and carried back to the workshop for the next critical stage. Beating. Fiber beating transforms the cleaned kozo strands into proper pulp for paper making. This process requires specific tools, primarily the wooden beating block, kita, and wooden mallets, kine, that have changed little in design for centuries. The beating area consists of a smooth stone surface embedded in the workshop floor, polished by years of use. You demonstrate the technique for your sons, spreading a small batch of fibers across the stone and beginning a rhythmic pounding with the mallet. The steady thump echoes through the workshop as the wooden mallet rises and falls. The beating must be thorough enough to separate individual fibers without cutting them. Length and integrity of fibers distinguishes superior washi from common paper. Not too hard, you caution your older son as he takes over. Feel how the fiber changes. We want separation, not destruction. The boy adjusts his technique, finding the proper balance of force. The family works in shifts, beating small batches of fiber throughout the afternoon. The transformation is gradual but remarkable. The stringy mass of kozo bark slowly becomes a cohesive pulp suitable for sheet formation. By evening, several batches have been adequately beaten, ready for the next day's paper forming. As daylight fades, final preparations for tomorrow must be completed. Your wife and daughter prepare the formation aid, neri, extracted from the root of the Tororo aoi plant, sunset hibiscus. This mucilaginous substance, when added to the paper pulp, helps suspend fibers evenly in water and controls drainage rate during sheet formation. The plant roots, harvested in autumn and preserved by drying, are now soaked and pounded to extract their slimy essence. The neri preparation is a delicate process requiring experience and judgment. Too much mucilage makes paper formation difficult. Too little results in uneven sheets. Your wife tests the consistency between her fingers, adding water until satisfied with the viscosity. This solution will rest overnight before being added to tomorrow's pulp. With darkness fully descended, the family gathers around the hearth for the evening meal. The food is simple but nourishing. Rice with small amounts of fish and vegetables, substances to replenish energy spent in physical labor. Conversation revolves around the day's work and plans for tomorrow. Your older son mentions a particularly successful batch of fibers, while the younger reports on his improving beating technique. Your daughter discusses papers drying on the boards, noting which seem exceptional. These technical discussions might seem tedious to outsiders, but they represent the lifeblood of your family's craft. Every observation potentially improves future work. Every success or failure contains lessons. The cumulative knowledge of 7 generations flows through these daily conversations, adapting to present conditions while honoring traditional methods. After the meal, there is a brief period for other activities before sleep. Your wife mends, clothing by firelight, her needle moving steadily through worn fabric. Your daughter practices calligraphy, an essential skill for understanding how paper will receive ink. The boys work on repairing bamboo screens used in paper drying, replacing damaged sections with fresh strips. You use this time to record the day's production in the family ledger, noting quantities of raw materials processed and any variations in technique. These records, maintained for generations, provide valuable reference for seasonal adjustments and quality control. Your father insisted on this practice, and you have continued it faithfully, adding your own observations to the accumulated wisdom. Before retiring to sleep, you check the workshop one final time. The vats containing lye-soaking fibers need stirring, a task you perform while instructing your older son on the proper technique for judging fiber readiness. The beaten pulp is covered to prevent drying, and tools are arranged for morning use. Nothing is left to chance or morning confusion. The workflow must proceed smoothly for maximum efficiency. As you prepare for sleep, laying out your futon near the hearth's diminishing warmth, your mind catalogues the materials prepared for tomorrow's sheet formation. There should be sufficient pulp for approximately 30 sheets of standard size, though the exact number will depend on thickness and formation quality. The market demand for your family's paper remains strong, particularly among government offices and wealthy merchants who recognize superior craftsmanship. Sleep comes quickly after the day's physical labor, but your body has internalized the work schedule so thoroughly that you wake automatically throughout the night to stir the fiber vats. These brief interruptions are performed almost unconsciously, your movements guided by decades of practice rather than full wakefulness. By morning, the fibers will have completed their transformation ready for the final stages of paper creation. Before dawn arrives again, you find yourself momentarily contemplating the broader significance of your family's work. The paper you create will carry important documents, perhaps government edicts or merchant contracts. Some sheets will receive the brushstrokes of talented calligraphers or artists. A few might even reach the highest levels of society, bearing messages between daimyo lords or even documents for the shogun's eyes. This connection between humble, rural craft and the functioning of society provides quiet satisfaction. Though your family lives modestly in a remote mountain village, your work touches the broader world in meaningful ways. The extreme care taken with each sheet, the multiple processing stages, the attention to detail, the rejection of flawed results, reflects understanding of this responsibility. As the first hints of dawn lighten the eastern sky, you rise once more to begin another day of papermaking. The cold air carries the scent of snow from the mountains, promising even lower temperatures in coming days. This weather, uncomfortable for human bodies, creates ideal conditions for your craft. The cycle continues as it has for generations, natural materials transformed by skilled hands into objects of practical beauty and cultural significance. The daily labor may seem endless, each winter bringing the same tasks performed in the same sequence. Yet within this apparent repetition lies constant refinement, subtle adjustments to technique, and the preservation of knowledge that might otherwise be lost. What invisible changes might be occurring in the wider world beyond your mountain village? And how might such distant transformations eventually reach even your traditional craft? Dawn brings a soft, diffused light through the paper-covered windows of your workshop. Outside, a light snow has fallen overnight, covering the village in a blanket of white that muffles sound and reflects the early morning light. The temperature has dropped further, creating ideal conditions for the day's paper forming, the heart of the washi-making process. Your family rises quickly, each member moving to assigned tasks with minimal discussion. Years of working together have created an efficient choreography, actions synchronized by shared understanding rather than verbal instruction. Your wife and daughter rekindle the hearth fire and prepare a simple breakfast, while you and your sons check the materials prepared yesterday. The beaten kozo pulp has rested overnight, its fibers fully separated and hydrated. You lift a handful, testing its consistency between experienced fingers. The transformation from bark to pulp represents hours of labor, but this intermediate stage gives little indication of the paper's eventual quality. Only the sheet formation process will reveal whether all the preparation has been successful. After a quick breakfast of rice gruel with pickled vegetables, the family moves to prepare the paper-making station. At the center of your workshop stands the large vat, tsukibune, where pulp will be mixed with water for sheet formation. This vat, carved from a single massive log decades ago, shows the patina of generations of use, water stains marking the standard fill level, slight indentations where countless papermakers have leaned while working. The vat is positioned at waist height on a sturdy wooden platform, allowing the papermaker to work without excessive bending. Beneath and around it, straw mats cover the floor to absorb inevitable splashing. Nearby stands a stack of fresh formation screens, tsu, finely woven bamboo mats stretched on wooden frames, ready for the day's production. Your sons fill the vat with clean water carried from the stream in wooden buckets. The water temperature is crucial, cold enough to slow bacterial growth, but not so frigid that it numbs the papermaker's hands completely. You test it with a practiced touch, nodding approval as your wife prepares to add the final ingredient to the mixture. First comes the neri solution prepared yesterday from Tororo aoi roots. This natural formation aid is measured carefully into the water, your wife judging the quantity by experience rather than formal measurement. Too much would make the paper form too slowly. Too little would result in uneven fiber distribution. She stirs the mixture with a bamboo whisk, creating a slightly viscous liquid that catches light differently than pure water. Next, the prepared kozo pulp is added in small, measured amounts. Your daughter helps distribute the white fibers evenly across the vat surface, where they float momentarily before being submerged by your wife's continued stirring. The proportion of fiber to water is critical. Too dense, and sheets become thick and uneven. Too sparse, and they emerge thin and weak. Again, no formal measurements guide this process, only the accumulated judgment of thousands of previous batches. The stirring implements themselves represent specialized tools evolved specifically for papermaking. The primary stirring stick, mazibo, has a distinctive shape, a long wooden handle with a crosspiece near the end that creates the exact water movement needed to distribute fibers uniformly. The secondary implement, a thinner bamboo rod, is used for final mixing just before sheet formation. Both tools show the marks of decades of use, their surfaces worn smooth by contact with water and human hands. With the vat properly prepared, you take position for sheet formation, the most skilled and critical step in the entire papermaking process. Your older son stands ready to assist, while your wife and daughter prepare the couching station where formed sheets will be transferred. The younger son is assigned to maintain the workshop's temperature, adding wood to the small fires that warm the space without creating disruptive air currents. You select a formation screen, SU, from the stack, examining it briefly for any damage or irregularities that might affect the paper. These screens represent another specialized tool essential to washi production. The bamboo slats are woven with horsehair or other fine material to create a surface that allows water to drain while capturing paper fibers. The screens require regular maintenance and eventual replacement as the materials wear or warp with repeated use. The mold frame, kita, is placed atop the screen, creating a shallow container that will determine the paper's dimensions. For today's production, you're using the standard size required by government offices, approximately 15 by 11 inches, though your family produces various dimensions for different purposes. With all preparations complete, the actual sheet formation begins, a process that appears simple to observers but represents one of the most difficult skills to master in the entire craft. You dip the screen and frame into the pulp mixture with a smooth, controlled motion, lifting a precisely judged amount of fiber-laden water. Immediately, you begin a distinctive rocking motion, flowing the mixture across the screen in waves. This movement, called nagashi-zuki, flowing sheet formation, distinguishes Japanese papermaking from methods used in other parts of the world. Rather than simply dipping and lifting, you build up multiple thin layers of fibers through repeated flows across the screen. The technique creates paper with remarkable strength despite its thinness, as fibers interlock in multiple directions rather than aligning predominantly in one orientation. The rocking motion follows a specific pattern, forward and back, side to side, with subtle variations that distribute fibers evenly across the entire screen. Each movement must be precisely controlled. Too vigorous, and fibers separate unevenly. Too gentle, and they fail to spread properly. Temperature, viscosity, fiber density, and even the papermaker's body position affect the outcome. After decades of practice, these factors are integrated into intuitive knowledge that guides your hands without conscious calculation. As water drains through the screen, the paper sheet begins to form. A thin, even layer of interlocked fibers, still heavy with moisture. You assess its formation with experienced eyes, noting the even distribution and absence of thin spots or clumps. Years of practice have developed your ability to judge thickness accurately while the sheet is still wet, a crucial skill as adjustments can only be made during formation. When satisfied with the sheet's quality, you lift the screen smoothly from the vat, allowing excess water to drain for a precisely judged moment. Then, with a practiced movement, you transfer the screen to the couching station where your wife waits. Here, the newly formed sheet will be transferred from the formation screen to a growing stack of paper. The couching surface consists of a smooth wooden board covered with a fabric that helps release the wet paper from the formation screen. Your wife positions a felt-like material called a couching cloth carter on this surface, ready to receive the new sheet. With careful coordination, you position the screen face down on the cloth and apply gentle pressure to the back. The wet paper adheres to the couching cloth rather than remaining on the screen, a critical transfer that requires perfect timing and pressure. As you lift the screen away, leaving the wet paper sheet on the couching cloth, your wife immediately places another couching cloth atop it, ready for the next sheet. This alternating stack of paper and cloth will grow throughout the day's production, gradually becoming a post-sheeto that preserves the wet sheets until they can be pressed and dried. Your older son has already cleaned the formation screen in a separate water bath, removing any fibers that might interfere with the next sheet. He returns it to you and the process begins again, dipping, flowing, draining, couching, a rhythm repeated with slight variations for each sheet produced. An experienced papermaker like yourself can create 2 to 3 sheets per minute, though the pace varies with paper type and desired quality. Throughout this process, communication between family members is minimal and primarily non-verbal. A slight nod indicates a screen is ready. A hand gesture requests adjustment to the pulp mixture. A raised eyebrow questions whether a particular sheet meets quality standards. This silent coordination, developed through years of working together, allows maximum efficiency with minimal distraction. After approximately 20 sheets have been formed, you pause to assess the results. The post of alternating paper and couching cloths has grown to a substantial height. Your daughter carefully peels back the corner of one cloth to examine a sheet's formation, nodding with satisfaction at its even texture. The family takes this moment to rest briefly, drinking tea and stretching muscles made tense by the concentrated work. The pause also allows adjustment of the pulp mixture. As sheets are removed, the vat's contents change. Water evaporates slightly, temperature shifts, and the proportion of fiber to liquid increases. Your wife adds water and additional neri as needed, stirring thoroughly to maintain consistent conditions. Such adjustments require sensitive judgment developed through experience, as conditions change subtly throughout the day. The workshop atmosphere remains carefully controlled during this process. Doors and windows stay closed to prevent drafts that might disrupt the delicate formation process, though small ventilation openings allow excess humidity to escape. The room temperature is maintained at a level that keeps the papermaker's hands functional without allowing the pulp to warm excessively. This balance becomes increasingly difficult as winter deepens, requiring additional heating sources carefully positioned to avoid creating air currents. As sheet formation continues, your younger son interrupts with news. A merchant from Kyoto has arrived in the village and wishes to speak with you. This is unexpected but not surprising. Your family's reputation for exceptional paper quality attracts buyers from major cities, occasionally in person, rather than through local agents. You instruct your older son to continue the sheet formation, a task he has recently mastered to acceptable quality, while you meet with the visitor. The merchant waits outside, unwilling to disturb the controlled environment of the workshop. He is expensively dressed in silk garments that mark his urban status and prosperity, his manner polite but direct. After exchanging formal greetings, he explains his purpose. He represents several calligraphy masters in Kyoto who require paper of exceptional quality for important government documents. Having heard of your family's reputation, he wishes to place a substantial order for specific dimensions and weights of paper. This request represents both opportunity and challenge. The quantity requested would occupy your family's production for nearly 2 months, providing valuable income security. However, the specifications are exacting, requiring perfect consistency across hundreds of sheets, a demanding standard, even for experienced paper makers. Additionally, accepting this commission might mean declining orders from regular local customers who rely on your production. You neither accept nor refuse immediately, explaining that you must consult with your family before making such a significant commitment. The merchant understands this traditional decision-making process and agrees to return tomorrow for your answer. Before departing, he presents a small gift, high-quality ink sticks from Kyoto, as a token of respect for your craft. This gesture, while appreciated, creates no obligation. Business relationships in your society function through careful balance of mutual benefit rather than pressure. Returning to the workshop, you find sheet formation continuing smoothly under your son's direction. You observe silently for several minutes, noting with approval his developing technique. His movements lack the refinement that comes with decades of practice, but his fundamental approach is sound, and the resulting sheets appear consistent in formation. This progress reassures you about the family craft's future. The knowledge will continue into another generation. You resume your position at the vat, allowing your son to rest and attend to other tasks. The rhythm of paper-making continues. Through the afternoon, the stack of formed sheets growing steadily. By mid-afternoon, approximately 100 sheets have been produced, a respectable daily output for paper of this quality. The formation process concludes when the prepared pulp is exhausted, though tomorrow will bring continuation with fresh materials. With sheet formation complete, the next phase begins, pressing the stack to remove excess water. This requires specialized equipment, primarily the press, asaku-ki, a simple but effective mechanism consisting of wooden beams arranged to create substantial downward pressure through leverage. The entire post of alternating paper and couching cloths is carefully transferred to the press base, with heavy boards placed above and below to distribute pressure evenly. Operating the press requires the family's combined strength. Wooden wedges are driven between pressure beams with heavy mallets, gradually increasing force on the paper stack. Water streams from the compressed sheets, flowing through channels in the press base to be collected and discarded. The pressing continues in stages, with wedges tightened periodically as more water is expelled. This gradual approach prevents damage to the delicate wet paper while effectively removing moisture. The pressing operation continues overnight, with family members checking periodically to increase pressure as the stack compresses. By morning, the papers will have lost approximately half their moisture, becoming firm enough for the next processing stage, individual sheet drying. While the press does its work, your family gathers to discuss the merchant's proposal. The decision affects everyone, as all will contribute to fulfilling such a large order. Your wife, practical and experienced, questions whether the price offered justifies the exacting specifications. Your daughter, more familiar with current market conditions through her interactions with local buyers, suggests the connection to Kyoto masters could bring valuable future business. Your sons listen attentively, learning how such decisions balance immediate needs against long-term family interests. After thorough discussion, consensus emerges. You will accept the commission but negotiate for a slightly longer production timeline and a small increase in price to reflect the exceptional quality required. This decision represents the family's collective wisdom rather than your individual preference, though as household head, you will communicate the final terms to the merchant. Evening brings household tasks unrelated to papermaking but essential to family sustainability. Your wife and daughter prepare the evening meal, rice with small amounts of pickled vegetables, supplemented today with dried fish acquired through trade with a neighboring village. Your son's clean and organized tools used during the day, ensuring everything is ready for tomorrow's work. You update the family production records, noting quantities of materials used and papers produced. The evening meal provides opportunity for more detailed discussion of the day's work. Your older son describes challenges he encountered during sheet formation and receives suggestions for technique improvement. Your daughter reports on paper quality from yesterday's production, now dried and ready for final processing. Your wife outlines adjustments needed for tomorrow's pulp preparation based on observed results. This ongoing analysis of process and outcome represents another form of knowledge transmission, ensuring techniques are not just copied but deeply understood. After the meal, as family members attend to final evening tasks, you take time for a rare personal pleasure, writing in your private journal. Unlike the family production records, this document contains your personal observations about papermaking, including technical refinements you've developed and insights gained through experience. Written on your own finest paper with ink, you've prepared yourself. These notes represent both practical knowledge and philosophical reflection on a lifetime dedicated to craft. Tonight, you write about the subtle relationship between water temperature and fiber movement during sheet formation, noting how the extreme cold of recent days has affected the process. You also record thoughts about the Kyoto merchant's visit, speculating about changing patterns in paper usage among government officials and what this might mean for future demand. Finally, you note your older son's progress, acknowledging both his technical improvement and developing judgment, essential qualities for the family craft's continuation. This journal, like those kept by your father and grandfather before, you will eventually be passed to your successor, providing continuity of knowledge across generations. Some technical insights are too subtle for verbal transmission, requiring the written word to preserve nuances that might otherwise be lost. The journal also serves as testament to the intellectual dimensions of what outsiders might view as merely physical craft, the constant observation, analysis, and refinement that characterizes master artisanship. As night deepens and the household prepares for sleep, you make a final check of the workshop. The pressed paper stack continues to shed water, the collected liquid now flowing in a thin stream rather than the initial rush. Tools have been cleaned and arranged for morning use. Materials for tomorrow's work. Additional kozo pulp, fresh. Tororo aoi solution, clean water stand ready in their proper places. The small heating fires have been banked to maintain minimal warmth overnight without risk of sparks or flames. Before retiring, you check the weather through a small opening in the window covering. The sky is clear and star-filled, suggesting temperatures will drop further overnight. Ideal conditions for tomorrow's paper drying. This constant attention to environmental factors reflects the papermaker's intimate relationship with natural cycles and conditions. Unlike urban craftsmen working in more controlled settings, your process remains directly connected to seasonal rhythms and daily weather variations. As you settle onto your futon, physical fatigue competes with active thoughts about tomorrow's work. The Kyoto Commission presents both opportunity and challenge, requiring adjustments to normal production routines. The merchant will expect samples demonstrating your ability to meet his exacting standards, meaning tomorrow's production must include sheets of exceptional quality for this purpose. Additionally, regular orders must be maintained while beginning this new commission, requiring careful planning of materials and labor. Despite these concerns, sleep comes quickly, the natural consequence of a day spent in physical labor. Your body has adapted to papermaking's demands over decades, developing specific strengths and tolerances. Your shoulders and arms can maintain the precise movements of sheet formation for hours without fatigue. Your hands can judge water temperature, fiber consistency, and sheet thickness with remarkable accuracy. Even your breathing has unconsciously synchronized with the rhythm of paper making, maintaining steady oxygenation during concentrated work. Tomorrow will bring continuation of the cycle, new sheets formed, today's pressed papers moved to drying, previously dried sheets finished for market. The process never truly ends, but flows continuously through seasonal variations, each day's work building on previous efforts while preparing for future production. This continuity provides both meaning and security, linking your daily labor to family tradition, community needs, and the broader functioning of society beyond your mountain village. As consciousness fades, your mind's final thoughts return to the paper itself, the remarkable material created from plant fiber, water, and human skill. Each sheet represents a perfect balance of natural materials and cultural technique, its seemingly simple appearance concealing extraordinary complexity of creation. What new transformations might this humble yet essential material undergo in the hands of those who receive it? And how might changing demands from distant cities eventually reshape even this traditional craft practiced in your isolated mountain community? Morning light filters through the paper-covered windows, creating a diffused glow throughout the workshop. You rise early, as always, immediately checking the pressed paper stack from yesterday's production. The overnight pressing has been effective. When you loosen the wedges and remove the top board, the stack has compressed to less than half its original height. The papers have transformed from completely saturated sheets to a state firm enough for handling, though still containing significant moisture. Today's primary task will be drying these sheets, a process requiring specific techniques developed over centuries to create washi's distinctive characteristics. Unlike common paper, which might simply be hung to dry, washi requires controlled drying on specialized surfaces to achieve its unique combination of strength, texture, and receptivity to ink. Before beginning this process, however, you must meet with the Kyoto merchant to finalize terms for the commission discussed yesterday. After a quick breakfast of rice gruel with pickled vegetables, you select several sheets of your finest paper from previous production as samples to demonstrate quality. These are arranged carefully in a presentation folder made from your own paper, creating an appropriate impression of craftsmanship and attention to detail. The merchant arrives as arranged, dressed again in fine urban clothing that distinguishes him from village residents. After exchanging formal greetings, you present the sample papers and discuss specific requirements for the commission. The conversation follows traditional negotiation patterns, indirect, respectful, focused on mutual benefit rather than advantage. You explain the slight adjustments to timeline and pricing determined during your family council, framing them as necessary to ensure the exceptional quality the merchant seeks. Having anticipated these adjustments, the merchant accepts them with minimal discussion. He examines the sample papers carefully, testing their texture between experienced fingers and holding them to the light to assess formation quality. Satisfied with what he sees, he produces a written agreement outlining quantity, specifications, delivery schedule, and payment terms. Such formal documentation is unusual for local transactions, but standard practice for urban merchants dealing with substantial commissions. After reviewing the document, you mark it with your family seal, creating a binding agreement. The merchant provides an initial payment, approximately 1/3 of the total, in silver coins of standard weight. This advance will purchase materials and compensate for the exclusive dedication of your workshop to his commission the specified period. The remaining payment will come upon satisfactory delivery of the completed order. With business concluded, the merchant departs for other villages where he will commission various craft products for his Kyoto clients. His visit represents the expanding commercial networks connecting rural producers to urban markets, a system growing more sophisticated as peace and stability under Tokugawa rule facilitate increased trade and specialization. Returning to the workshop, you find your family has already begun the day's papermaking activities. Your wife and younger son are preparing fresh pulp for today's sheet formation, while your daughter and older son have started the crucial process of separating yesterday's pressed sheets for drying. This separation requires extreme care and specific technique. Each sheet must be peeled individually from its couching cloth without tearing the still damp paper. Your daughter demonstrates the proper method for your son. One corner lifted first with a thin bamboo spatula, then the edge grasped between thumb and forefinger and pulled with steady, gentle tension across the cloth surface. Years of practice have given her hands the perfect sensitivity for this task, knowing exactly how much pressure the damp sheets can withstand. Once separated, each sheet must be transferred immediately to the drying boards, smooth wooden surfaces specially prepared for this purpose. The boards, made from specific varieties of wood selected for appropriate texture and moisture absorption, have been meticulously maintained over years of use. Their surfaces are sealed with persimmon tannin, creating a non-stick finish that allows paper to dry without adhering permanently. The transfer technique involves using a broad, soft brush to press each damp sheet onto the drying board, smoothing from center to edges to eliminate air bubbles and ensure complete contact. This process requires both strength and delicacy, sufficient pressure to secure adhesion without distorting the paper's formation. Your son watches attentively as your daughter demonstrates, then attempts the technique himself under her watchful guidance. As sheets are transferred to drying boards, the boards are moved outside to a special drying area. Unlike many other crafts that retreat entirely indoors during winter, papermaking embraces the cold season, using winter sunshine for drying rather than artificial heat. The drying area consists of angled racks facing south to maximize sun exposure while protecting papers from potential snow or rain. The cold, dry winter air creates ideal drying conditions, allowing moisture to evaporate gradually without causing warping or uneven shrinkage. The drying process will take most of the day, with sheets remaining adhered to the boards until completely dry. This method creates washi's characteristic surface texture, smooth but not glossy, with subtle impressions from the wood grain. Visible under close examination, the natural drying also contributes to the paper's strength, allowing fibers to bond through their own natural adhesives rather than requiring additional binding agents. With drying arrangements complete, you turn your attention to previously dried sheets now ready for final processing. These papers, produced several days ago and fully dried, require inspection and finishing before they can fulfill existing orders or contribute to the new Kyoto Commission. The inspection process is exacting, with each sheet examined in good light for any flaws in formation, texture, or color. Your eyes, trained through decades of experience, can detect imperfections invisible to casual observation, slight thin spots, minor discolorations, or subtle irregularities in fiber distribution. Papers meeting the highest standards are set aside for the Kyoto Commission. Those with minor flaws but still excellent quality will fulfill orders for local officials and merchants. Any with significant defects are reserved for household use or recycling into future pulp. Final processing involves several steps to prepare paper for its intended use. First, each sheet receives a light polishing with a smooth stone or shell, burnishing the surface to reduce fiber raising and improve ink receptivity. Next, sheets are trimmed to precise dimensions, using special cutting tools that create clean edges without crushing fibers. Finally, papers are counted and organized into standard bundles, wrapped in protective covering made from lower grade paper. and labeled with the family seal indicating origin and quality. Throughout these activities, you periodically check the drying progress of yesterday's production. The winter sun, though not particularly warm, effectively draws moisture from the papers through evaporation. By midday, the sheets have reached the critical half-dry state where they require special attention. At this stage, they must be brushed, again with special broad brushes to ensure they remain firmly adhered to the drying boards as they contract during final drying. This brushing also contributes to the paper's smooth surface texture and even density. The coordination of these multiple, simultaneous processes, new sheet formation, drying management, and finishing of completed papers represents the complex workflow of an established paper-making household. Each family member moves between tasks as needed, their activities interconnected and interdependent. Communication remains minimal but effective, with brief instructions or questions interspersed with long periods of concentrated silent work. As afternoon progresses, a visitor arrives, the village headman coming to discuss the Kyoto Commission and its implications for local paper supply. His concern is legitimate. Your family's paper serves essential functions within the village and surrounding area, providing material for official records, correspondence, household accounts, and religious texts. A large external commission might leave local needs unmet. You receive him respectfully, offering tea while explaining the arrangements made. Yes, the Kyoto order is substantial, but you have calculated capacity to maintain minimum local supply throughout the commission period. Priority will be given to official documents and essential needs, though some decorative uses might need to wait. Furthermore, the Commission's favourable terms will allow purchase of additional raw materials and possibly hiring of temporary assistants, potentially increasing overall production. The headman, satisfied with these assurances, shares other news affecting the papermaking community. Government officials have conducted a survey of kozo cultivation in neighbouring regions, suggesting increased interest in paper production. Rumours mention standardization of official document papers, which might create both opportunity and constraint for traditional makers. A new merchant association in the provincial capital seeks to establish more direct trade connections with rural craft producers, potentially bypassing traditional intermediate merchants. This information, while not requiring immediate action, contributes to your ongoing assessment of the broader context surrounding your family craft. The papermaking tradition has persisted for centuries, but never in static form. It has continuously adapted to changing social, economic, and political conditions. Your grandfather modified techniques in response to new government documentation requirements. Your father adjusted production to serve emerging merchant demand. Now your generation faces its own adaptations to shifting patterns of commerce and governance. After the headman's departure, you share this information with family members during a brief midday meal break. Such conversations provide context for daily work, connecting immediate tasks to larger purposes and potential future developments. Even the youngest family members listen attentively, absorbing not just technical skills, but also business awareness that will eventually guide their own craft decisions. The afternoon continues with focused work across multiple processes. Your wife and younger son complete today's sheet formation, adding approximately 80 new sheets to production. Your daughter and older son manage the drying process, removing fully dried sheets from morning placement and replacing them with newly pressed papers. You oversee final processing of completed papers, sorting and preparing them for specific orders. By late afternoon, the winter sun begins to fade, its angle too low for effective drying. The remaining damp sheets are brought inside to a specialized drying room, a space with controlled ventilation that allows slow overnight drying without risk of freezing. Unlike the direct sunlight drying that creates standard washi, this overnight process produces slightly different characteristics. The papers dry more slowly and evenly, resulting in particularly smooth surfaces ideal for detailed calligraphy or painting. This variation in drying methods represents one way. Papermakers create different paper types from essentially the same raw materials. By adjusting formation thickness, drying techniques, surface treatments, and finishing methods, your family produces multiple paper varieties from the same basic kozo fiber, each type optimized for specific uses ranging from official documents to calligraphy practice to household accounts to protective wrapping. As daylight fades completely, the family transitions to evening activities. Tools are cleaned and prepared for tomorrow's use, work areas organized for morning efficiency, and materials assessed to determine next day's production capacity. Record keeping is updated, noting quantities of paper in various stages of production and tracking raw material usage against inventory. The evening meal provides opportunity for more detailed discussion of the day's work and planning for tomorrow's activities. The conversation includes technical observations, the excellent fiber quality in today's batch, a slight adjustment needed in the drying rack angle, an improvement in your younger son's sheet couching technique. It also encompasses business considerations, how to balance the Kyoto Commission against local orders, when to schedule the next kozo harvesting, whether to increase Tororo Aoi root cultivation next season. After the meal, your older son raises a question that has clearly been on his mind throughout the day. Having participated in meeting both the Kyoto merchant and village headman, he has begun to recognize the broader systems within which your family craft operates. He asks about the distant markets served by your paper, curious about its final uses and the people who ultimately employ the family's creations. This question provides opportunity for education beyond technical training. You explain the various uses of different paper grades, official documents that record tax obligations and land ownership, merchants' account books tracking complex business transactions, religious texts preserving sacred knowledge, artists, surfaces capturing cultural expression, household records maintaining family histories. Through these applications, your family's craft connects to fundamental operations of government, commerce, religion, art, and social memory. The explanation expands to include the complex commercial networks that distribute rural craft products to urban centers. Multiple layers of merchants, each adding value through transportation, quality assessment, storage, and distribution, connect your mountain workshop to distant consumers in Kyoto, Osaka, and Edo. This system, while sometimes seeming exploitative in its price differentials, makes specialized rural production economically viable by ensuring stable markets and demand communication. This discussion transitions naturally to consideration of potential changes in these established patterns. The Kyoto merchant's direct visit represents a possible shift, bypassing some traditional intermediaries. The rumored merchant association in the provincial capital suggests another potential alteration to established distribution channels. Even the government's apparent increased interest in paper standardization might signal changing relationships between producers and consumers. As your son absorbs these insights, you recognize his developing capacity for understanding the craft as both technical practice and economic activity. This broader perspective will prove essential when he eventually assumes responsibility for family production decisions, balancing traditional methods against evolving market conditions and external requirements. The evening concludes with preparation. For sleep, family members arranging futons around the central hearth where banked coals provide overnight warmth. Before retiring, you make a final check of the workshop, ensuring drying papers are secure, heating fires safely banked, and valuable materials protected from moisture or pests. This constant vigilance represents another unrecorded aspect of craft mastery, the preventive care that avoids disasters before they occur. As you settle onto your futon, your mind reviews the day's accomplishments and tomorrow's requirements. The Kyoto Commission has been formally accepted, creating both opportunity and obligation. Current production appears to be proceeding well, with quality meeting expectations. Family members are performing their roles effectively, with the younger generation showing appropriate development in both technical skills and business understanding. Yet questions about longer-term developments remain. The commissioned paper will travel to Kyoto, where it will receive the brushstrokes of master calligraphers, creating important government documents. These documents will likely contain information affecting many lives: tax policies, land, regulations, commercial rules, perhaps even responses to those foreign ships occasionally reported near Japanese waters. Your family's humble craft thus connects, however indirectly, to significant matters of governance and social order. This connection between rural production and broader societal functioning has existed for generations, but subtle changes seem to be occurring in its patterns. Direct commissions from distant merchants, government interest in standardization, new commercial associations. These developments suggest evolution in the systems surrounding traditional crafts. While not threatening immediate disruption, they indicate gradual transformation in relationships between producers, distributors, and consumers. As sleep approaches, your thoughts return to the paper itself, the physical material created through your family's skilled labor. Each sheet represents a perfect intersection of natural materials, traditional knowledge, physical skill, and cultural need. The transformation of tree bark into refined writing surface embodies generations of accumulated wisdom about material, properties, and processing techniques adapted to specific local conditions and resources. The knowledge required for this transformation extends far beyond simple procedures that could be recorded in writing. It encompasses physical sensitivities developed through years of practice, the exact feel of properly prepared fiber, the precise resistance of correctly formed sheets, the subtle visual cues indicating optimal drying conditions. It includes environmental awareness accumulated through generations: which mountain slopes produce the best kozo, how weather patterns affect drying quality, when to harvest various materials for optimal results. This embodied knowledge, passed directly from master to apprentice through shared work rather than formal instruction, represents cultural wealth as significant as any samurai's sword collection or merchant's account books. It connects present practitioners to ancestors through continuous tradition, while allowing adaptation to changing conditions. Each generation preserves essential techniques while contributing refinements and adjustments based on contemporary circumstances. As consciousness fades, your final thoughts acknowledge both the permanence and transience of your family's craft. The basic techniques have remained recognizable for centuries, yet no two production days are ever identical. Each paper sheet is unique, despite efforts toward standardization. The craft persists through generations, yet constantly evolves in response to changing materials, markets, and societal needs. Tomorrow will bring continuation of this paradoxical process, creating new sheets using ancient methods, producing standardized papers through handcraft techniques, connecting isolated mountain village to distant urban centers through traditional material transformed for contemporary use. The cycle continues as it has for generations, while subtle changes accumulate that may eventually transform even this most traditional of craft. What unseen connections might exist between your family's paper and the rumored foreign ships appearing in distant waters? How might changes in governance, commerce, or technology eventually reach even your remote mountain village? And how will future generations of paper makers balance honored tradition against inevitable change? The wooden shutters of your modest home filter the first light of dawn, casting thin bars of illumination across the tatami floor. You've been awake for some time already, lying motionless on your futon, mind cycling through the day's obligations. Before your body begins its familiar routine, As a yoriki, a low-ranking samurai serving as an administrative assistant to the magistrate of Edo, your days follow a relentless pattern of duties, a far cry from the romantic tales of warrior glory that filled your childhood imagination. You rise quietly, careful not to disturb your wife who sleeps nearby. The single-room dwelling is small but meticulously organized, a necessity when one's income barely covers essential needs. Your sleeping area transforms into the main living space each morning, futons folded and stored in wooden closets built into the wall. The house sits in a district designated for lower-ranking samurai families, the buildings packed closely together, each nearly identical to its neighbors in size and construction. Your morning routine has been refined to precision. Over 15 years of service. First, you fold your bedding with careful attention to proper creases and alignment. Even in this private moment, the samurai emphasis on order and correctness governs your actions. Disorder in any form is considered reflecting inner moral weakness, an unacceptable flaw for even the humblest member of the warrior class. Next comes the ritual of dressing. You don a simple cotton kimono for the brief morning activities at home, saving your official clothing for later. Even this informal garment must be worn properly, folded left over right, the way of the living rather than the dead. Your movements are economical and practiced, wasting neither time nor energy. You move to the small alcove that serves as a household shrine, bowing slightly before the ancestral tablets and the small statue of Buddha positioned there. Your family follows the traditions of Pure Land Buddhism, though like most samurai, you also incorporate elements of Confucian ethics and Shinto observances into your spiritual practice. You light a small stick of incense, its fragrant smoke curling upward, as you offer a brief prayer for guidance in fulfilling your duties honorably. The morning ablutions follow, washing face and hands with water your wife prepared the previous evening, stored in a ceramic basin near the small kitchen area. The water is cold, its bracing touch helping to clear the last vestiges of sleep from your mind. You clean your teeth with a small wooden brush and salt, rinse your mouth, and comb your hair meticulously before tying it in the traditional topknot worn by samurai. Your wife stirs now, rising to begin her own morning duties. No words are exchanged. The rhythm of your shared life requires little verbal communication at this hour. She moves to the kitchen area to prepare the morning meal while you step outside to check the weather and collect the day's water from the neighborhood well. Outside, the early morning air carries the mixed scents of the city. Wood smoke from cooking fires, the distant briny smell of the bay, humanity packed densely into Japan's largest urban center. Edo has grown enormously under Tokugawa rule, its population now exceeding 1 million souls. As you walk the narrow street toward the communal well, you pass neighbors engaged in similar morning routines, fellow low-ranking samurai and their families, all maintaining the appearance of dignity despite increasingly strained circumstances. The well serves several dozen households and a small queue has already formed. You take your place, wooden buckets in hand, nodding respectfully to those ahead of you. The conversations around the well provide valuable information, unofficial. News travels through these daily gatherings, often reaching residents before formal announcements. Today, you learn that a fire destroyed several blocks in the merchant district overnight, and that tax officials are conducting inspections in a neighboring district. Both pieces of information might affect your official duties later. Returning home with filled water buckets, you find breakfast prepared. A simple meal of rice, miso soup with a few vegetables and small piece of pickled radish. The meal's austerity reflects both economic necessity and samurai ideals of frugality. Unlike wealthy merchants who might indulge in luxurious foods, the warrior class traditionally values simplicity in diet as in other aspects of life. This philosophical justification provides some dignity to what has increasingly become economic constraint for lower samurai ranks. As you eat, seated formally on the tatami floor, you discuss the day's arrangements with your wife. Your 12-year-old son has already departed for his studies at a small school for samurai children, where he learns the classical Chinese texts, calligraphy, and ethical principles considered essential for the warrior class. Your 8-year-old daughter helps her mother with household tasks, learning the skills she will need as a future samurai wife. Your oldest daughter, now 16, has been sent to serve in the household of a higher-ranking samurai family, a common arrangement that provides both training for the girl and creates useful connections between families. After breakfast comes the most important preparation of the day, dressing in official attire appropriate for your rank and position. The process is methodical, almost ritualistic. First, the undergarments of white cotton, then the kimono of indigo-dyed cotton, not the fine silk worn by higher officials, but of good quality and carefully maintained. Over this goes the hakama, the divided skirt that marks samurai status, in a dark blue color indicating your specific rank within the bureaucracy. Finally, you don the kataginu, the sleeveless jacket with pronounced shoulders that completes the formal attire of a middle-rank official. The most significant aspect of your dress is what comes next, the swords that represent the soul of the samurai. You kneel before the sword rack where your daisho pair, the longer katana and shorter wakizashi, rest when not worn. These swords, inherited from your father, represent your family's warrior heritage and your personal honor. Though your daily duties rarely require drawing these blades, they remain the physical embodiment of your samurai status. You secure the swords through your obi sash on the left side, positioning them carefully for proper balance and appearance. The weight of the swords is familiar, a constant presence throughout your adult life. Unlike some officials who treat their swords as mere symbols, you maintain yours meticulously, cleaning and oiling the blades regularly, ensuring they remain functional weapons rather than just status indicators. With dressing complete, you gather the items needed for the day's work, a small writing box containing brushes, inkstone, and paper, records and documents related to current cases, and a folded cloth containing a simple midday meal prepared by your wife. These go into a lacquered document case that you will carry throughout the day. Before departing, you exchange formal farewells with your wife. Despite years of marriage, public interactions retain traditional formality, a reflection of samurai emphasis on proper behavior in all circumstances. She will spend her day managing the household with strict economy, perhaps doing piecework sewing to supplement the family income, and maintaining the social connections with other samurai wives that form an essential support network in your community. The walk to the magistrate's office takes approximately 30 minutes, following streets that transition from residential areas to increasingly administrative districts. You maintain appropriate posture and expression throughout, back straight, gaze level, face composed in a serious expression befitting your station. Public appearance matters greatly. Even in economic decline, the samurai class must maintain the dignity that justifies their privileged position in society. As you walk, you pass through areas populated by different social classes, first other samurai residences, then craftsmen's workshops, finally the bustling commercial districts where merchants conduct business. The social hierarchy of Tokugawa Japan is visible in the architecture, clothing, and activities of each area. Though merchants often possess greater actual wealth than lower samurai, the official class structure, samurai at top, followed by farmers, artisans, and merchants, remains firmly established in law and custom. Your route takes you past one of the city's many Buddhist temples, where priests in saffron robes prepare for morning rituals. You bow slightly toward the sacred precinct without breaking stride, a small gesture acknowledging spiritual authority while maintaining your official schedule. Religion occupies a complex position in samurai life, providing ethical framework and philosophical justification for the warrior's role while remaining institutionally separate from samurai authority. Arriving at the magistrate's compound, you pass through gates guarded by lower-ranking samurai who recognize you and bow slightly as you enter. The compound contains several buildings arranged around a central courtyard, administrative offices, record repositories, hearing rooms for official proceedings and quarters for guards and messengers. The architecture is functional rather than ornate, reflecting the serious business of governance conducted within. You proceed directly to the administrative building where your desk is located, a simple writing table in a room shared with several other yoriki of similar rank. Some colleagues have already arrived and are preparing for the day's duties. Greetings are exchanged with restrained formality, brief bows and conventional phrases rather than personal conversations. The relationship between fellow officials combines elements of camaraderie and competition. You assist each other in fulfilling collective responsibilities while remaining aware that promotions are limited and advancement depends on individual performance. The day's first task awaits in the form of a stack of documents requiring review before the magistrate's morning session. These include reports of minor crimes and disputes from various districts, petitions from citizens seeking official intervention, and updates on ongoing investigations. As yoriki, your role involves examining these materials, verifying facts, summarizing content for higher officials, and recommending appropriate actions based on legal precedent and practical considerations. You begin methodically unfolding each document, reading carefully, and making notes with a small brush on separate paper. The work requires concentration and knowledge of both formal regulations and unwritten practices. For a case involving a boundary dispute between neighboring properties, you check tax records and previous rulings on similar matters. For a complaint about a merchant allegedly using false weights, you note which inspectors should verify the claim and what penalties might apply if the accusation proves true. This administrative work, far removed from samurai's historical battlefield, role constitutes the daily reality for most warriors in this extended era of peace. The Tokugawa shogunate, established over 150 years ago, has transformed samurai from active combatants to governmental administrators, replacing warfare with bureaucracy as the primary expression of warrior service. This transformation has created existential tensions within the samurai class, trained in martial values but employed in civil functions, expected to maintain warrior spirit while performing clerical duties. Your personal response to this contradiction has been pragmatic acceptance. Born into a samurai family of modest status, you received traditional martial training in swordsmanship, archery, and horsemanship throughout your youth. You continue practicing these skills regularly at a local dojo, maintaining physical discipline and combat readiness despite their limited practical application. Simultaneously, you have developed the administrative competencies necessary for your official role: literacy, numeracy, familiarity with legal codes, and diplomatic skills for managing complex social interactions. Mid-morning brings your first face-to-face duty, accompanying a higher official to investigate a reported disturbance in the merchant district. You follow several paces behind the Metsuke inspector as he strides through the corridors, maintaining appropriate distance to reflect the difference in your ranks. Though your role will be primarily to record proceedings and handle documentation, your presence in full samurai attire, including swords, provides visible reinforcement of official authority. The walk to the merchant district takes you through increasingly crowded streets. Common people bow and move aside as your small official party passes, showing the deference required toward samurai. Your expression remains impassive, neither acknowledging these gestures nor displaying arrogance, the carefully cultivated neutral demeanor of a government official on duty. The disturbance involves a dispute between a rice merchant and his suppliers, which has escalated to threats and disruption of commerce. Such conflicts fall under the magistrate's jurisdiction, particularly when they affect the critical rice trade that forms the economic foundation of Edo's food supply. Upon arrival at the merchant's shop, you stand silently behind the inspector as he questions the participants, your presence serving as a reminder of potential consequences for uncooperative behavior. Your brush moves steadily across paper as you record testimony, noting contradictions and key points for later reference. Years of experience have taught you to capture essential information while filtering exaggeration and self-serving claims. The merchant speaks with elaborate deference toward officials while subtly emphasizing his connections to influential patrons. The suppliers, commoners from rural areas, struggle to balance respectful address with forceful presentation of their grievances. The inspector renders a provisional judgment, ordering both parties to submit detailed accounts and evidence for formal review. Your documentation of this decision becomes the official record, transforming spoken words into binding bureaucratic reality. Before departing, you arrange schedules for further testimony and organize the submission of supporting documents, your administrative efficiency complementing the inspector's judicial authority. Returning to the magistrate's offices, you organize the morning's documentation and prepare summary reports for higher officials. Your brush moves with practiced precision, transforming complex situations into standardized administrative language. The training in calligraphy you received as a youth, once intended to cultivate artistic sensibility appropriate for a cultured warrior, now serves primarily bureaucratic purposes, another example of martial traditions repurposed for civil governance. Midday brings a brief interval for the simple meal you brought from home. You eat alone at your desk, continuing to work while consuming rice balls and pickled vegetables wrapped in bamboo leaves. Unlike merchants who might take leisurely meals at restaurants, or laborers who gather socially during their breaks, samurai officials maintain the appearance of constant dedication to duty, their personal needs subordinated to official responsibilities. After the meal, you attend the magistrate's afternoon session where more significant cases are heard. Your position is at the side of the room, ready to provide documents or information as needed but not directly participating in proceedings. The magistrate, a middle-ranking samurai with connections to the shogun's council, sits elevated on a low platform embodying the authority of the Tokugawa government. Various officials, including interpreters of law, record keepers, and guards, maintain the formal atmosphere essential to judicial proceedings. Today's cases include a property dispute between neighboring temples, accusations of fraudulent practices by a moneylender, and reports of illegal gambling operations in the entertainment district. Each proceeding follows established protocols with formal language, prescribed postures, and ritualized interactions between officials and those appearing before them. These formalities serve both practical and symbolic purposes, ensuring procedural consistency while reinforcing the hierarchical social order that places samurai administrators above common citizens. Throughout the session, you observe the magistrate's technique for managing different types of cases. Though constrained by legal precedents and procedural requirements, individual officials develop distinct approaches to their authority. This magistrate combines strict adherence to regulation with occasional strategic flexibility, maintaining the system's integrity while accommodating practical realities that formal rules sometimes fail to address. Such nuances of administrative practice, learned through observation rather than formal instruction, represent essential professional knowledge for ambitious subordinates. Late afternoon brings your final significant duty, accompanying a patrol of Doshin constables to inspect suspicious activities reported near the licensed pleasure quarters. Though Doshin handle most direct law enforcement, their commoner status requires samurai supervision for certain operations, particularly those involving potential contact with higher status individuals. Your presence provides both oversight and official authorization for their actions. The patrol moves through increasingly crowded evening streets, people again stepping aside for officials in distinctive uniforms. The licensed pleasure district operates under special regulations, its businesses legally sanctioned but closely monitored. Nearby, however, unlicensed establishments attempt to profit from proximity while avoiding official fees and restrictions. These illegal operations, gambling dens, unlicensed brothels, unauthorized sake shops, form the patrol's primary targets. At a small building near the district's edge, the Doshin leader indicates suspicious activity reported by informants. Following established procedure, you authorize the constables to investigate while remaining slightly removed from direct enforcement. The Doshin surround the building and enter forcefully, discovering an illegal gambling operation. Those inside immediately prostrate themselves. Resistance against officials would bring severe consequences regardless of the original offense. You observe as constables secure the scene and begin questioning those present. Your presence ensures proper procedure, preventing excessive force while maintaining official authority. When a well-dressed merchant among the gamblers subtly indicates connections to a higher official, you note his identity for later verification, without allowing this claimed relationship to interrupt proper enforcement. Such moments require careful judgment. Ignoring legitimate connections could create problems with superiors, while allowing false claims to impede enforcement would undermine governmental authority. The Doshin confiscate gambling equipment and record identities of all present. Those without influential connections will face standard penalties, fines, or temporary detention, depending on their involvement and prior offences. The merchant claiming protection will be released, but reported to the magistrate, who will determine whether to pursue charges based on political considerations and the validity of claimed connections. With the enforcement action complete, you return toward the administrative district as evening approaches. The city transitions to its nighttime rhythm, shops closing, restaurants and entertainment venues becoming more active, night watches taking positions at fire lookout towers and neighborhood gates. Your official duties complete, you now face the daily transition from public role to private identity. Never a complete separation for one born to the samurai class. Walking through darkening streets, you make a brief stop at a small shrine dedicated to the guardian deity of your neighborhood. This modest devotion represents typical samurai religious practice, acknowledging spiritual forces without the elaborate piety expected of priests or the superstitious emphasis found among commoners. You offer a brief prayer and small coin, seeking continued stability for your household and guidance in fulfilling conflicting obligations. Arriving home as darkness settles fully over the city, you find your wife and daughter completing evening household tasks. Your son studies by lamplight, practicing characters assigned by his teacher. The house is clean and organized, meals prepared, water drawn for evening washing, the domestic order maintained by your wife's efficient management, enabling your focus on official duties. The evening meal consists of rice, miso soup with tofu, small portions of pickled vegetables, and, as a modest luxury, a few pieces of grilled fish. This represents slightly better fare than breakfast, though still reflecting the economical requirements of your household budget. Conversation during the meal focuses primarily on your son's education, your daughter's domestic training, and essential household matters requiring your attention or decision. After the meal, you change from official attire into simpler domestic clothing, still properly arranged according to samurai standards but offering more comfort for evening activities. The swords are placed carefully on their rack, positioned according to tradition, with the blades facing outward, ready for use, if needed. Though violence rarely touches this administrative district, the warrior's vigilance remains a core principle of samurai identity. Evening hours provide your only opportunity for personal pursuits beyond official requirements. Tonight, like most evenings, you divide this time between family responsibilities and personal development. First, you review your son's studies, correcting his calligraphy practice and questioning him on Confucian texts he is memorizing. This educational oversight represents a father's duty in samurai households, ensuring the next generation maintains both practical skills and proper ethical understanding. Next comes your own continuing education, reading commentaries on classic military texts. Though actual warfare seems increasingly remote in this era of extended peace, study of strategic principles and martial philosophy remains essential to samurai identity. Your modest collection of books includes works by Yamaga and other theorists who reinterpret warrior traditions for contemporary administrative reality, finding continued relevance in ancient military wisdom despite transformed social conditions. Before retiring, you spend a brief period in meditation, another practice that bridges martial tradition and current circumstances. Seated formally in the prescribed posture, you focus on breath and mental clarity, cultivating the composure and presence of mind traditionally considered essential for battlefield courage, now repurposed for administrative challenges and social navigation. As you prepare for sleep, arranging bedding in the household's main room, your mind reviews the day's events while anticipating tomorrow's duties. The contradiction of your existence remains unresolved, trained in warrior traditions increasingly irrelevant to daily function, expected to maintain samurai spirit within bureaucratic constraints, positioned between higher officials whose patronage you require and common people whose compliance you must ensure. This tension between ideal and reality, between historical warrior identity and current administrative function, forms the central challenge facing the entire samurai class in this late Tokugawa period. Individual responses range from resigned cynicism to desperate attempts at recapturing martial glory through dueling or unnecessary strictness. Your own approach, maintaining traditional disciplines while adapting to administrative realities, represents a middle path chosen by many practical-minded samurai in similar circumstances. As sleep approaches, your final thoughts return to the fundamental question facing your class: how to maintain legitimate authority as warriors in an age without war. The paradox remains unresolved as consciousness fades, to be confronted again with tomorrow's dawn and its renewed cycle of obligations. What unseen currents might be gathering force beneath the apparently stable surface of Tokugawa society? And how might the contradictions within the samurai class eventually resolve themselves as Japan faces internal pressures and external influences in the coming years? Midday sun filters through paper windows, casting geometric patterns across your desk in the magistrate's administrative offices. You've been reviewing documents since early morning, reports of minor infractions, property disputes, tax collection records, the endless paperwork that forms the actual substance of samurai governance in this era of peace. Your brush moves steadily across paper, adding notations and recommendations for the magistrate's consideration, your handwriting maintaining the formal clarity expected of an official despite hours of continuous work. A sudden commotion in the corridor breaks your concentration. Voices rise in unusual urgency, footsteps move with uncharacteristic haste. Such disruption of the office's typical decorum indicates something significant has occurred. You remain at your desk, however, continuing your assigned task until properly summoned. Impulsively abandoning duty to investigate would display inappropriate curiosity unbefitting your rank and position. Moments later, a messenger appears at the office entrance, announcing that all available Eureki are to report immediately to the main reception hall. You set aside your work with careful attention to proper organization. Even in urgency, administrative order must be maintained, and proceed with appropriate haste toward the designated location. In the reception hall, you find several officials already gathered, their expressions conveying unusual tension. The magistrate himself stands at the center, his formal posture unable to completely mask his concern. When all summoned officials have assembled, he delivers unexpected news. A high-ranking official from the Shogun's council will arrive tomorrow for an unscheduled inspection of the district's administration. Such surprise inspections occasionally occur throughout the Tokugawa domains, serving as mechanisms for central authority to monitor local governance and prevent corruption or inefficiency. For the officials subject to inspection, however, these visits represent periods of intense scrutiny where careers can be advanced or destroyed based on perceived performance. The administrative staff must present perfect procedural compliance, while demonstrating both efficiency and appropriate deference, a challenging combination under normal circumstances, nearly impossible with minimal preparation time. The magistrate assigns responsibilities for the impending inspection. As one of the more experienced Eureki, you receive a particularly sensitive task, reviewing the district's criminal case records for the past year to ensure all documentation is complete, properly filed, and reflects appropriate application of legal principles. Any irregularities, missing documents, or questionable judgments could become focuses of inspector criticism, potentially damaging the magistrate's reputation and, by extension, the careers of his subordinates. You return to your desk with this new assignment, setting aside the morning's routine work. The case records are brought from the archive by lower-ranking staff, dozens of bound volumes containing detailed accounts of every official proceeding, judgment, and enforcement action within the district. These records represent the concrete reality of samurai governance, not battlefield glory, but methodical documentation of social order maintenance through bureaucratic processes. The afternoon dissolves into intensive review, your eyes scanning document after document for potential problems. You check each case against regulatory requirements. Were proper investigative procedures followed? Did judgments align with established precedents? Were punishments proportional to offences according to class-based legal standards? Were required signatures and seals obtained from all relevant authorities? The work demands both technical knowledge of administrative procedure and practical understanding of how inspectors might interpret apparent irregularities. Several cases require particular attention, instances where the magistrate exercised discretionary judgment rather than strictly applying codified regulations. Such flexibility often produces more effective governance, addressing unique circumstances that general rules fail to anticipate. However, these same instances create vulnerability during inspections, as they may be interpreted as either appropriate adaptation or problematic deviation depending on the inspector's perspective and purpose. For each such case, you prepare supplementary documentation explaining the reasoning behind discretionary decisions, citing relevant precedents and principles that justify departure from strict procedural application. This defensive preparation cannot be too obvious. Appearing overly concerned about particular cases might itself trigger deeper investigation, but must provide sufficient justification if questions arise. The balance requires subtle judgment, developed through years of navigating bureaucratic politics. As evening approaches, hunger and fatigue begin affecting your concentration. Unlike merchant employees who might openly complain about extended work hours, Samurai officials are expected to demonstrate unflagging devotion to duty regardless of personal discomfort. You continue working as daylight fades, lamps now illuminating the documents. Around you, other officials similarly extend their normal workday, the entire administrative apparatus functioning with heightened intensity. In preparation for tomorrow's inspection, eventually the magistrate himself appears to check progress. Though his manner remains formally composed, subtle signs indicate unusual stress. Slight tension around his eyes, marginally more abrupt transitions between topics, minimal engagement with customary pleasantries. His position faces the greatest scrutiny during inspection, with potential consequences far more severe than those facing subordinates. A sufficiently negative report could result in transfer to a less prestigious post, reduction in stipend, or even forced retirement. Devastating outcomes for a career official. He reviews your work briefly, nodding approval at your thorough preparation. Tanaka-san, he addresses you using your family name with the honorific appropriate for your rank. You will personally present the criminal case records if requested. Your familiarity with proper procedure makes you best suited for this responsibility. This assignment represents both recognition of your competence and placement in a potentially precarious position. Presenting records means becoming the immediate target if the inspector identifies problems. You acknowledge the assignment with appropriate formality, expressing neither enthusiasm nor reluctance. The ideal samurai administrator accepts all duties with equal readiness, personal preferences subordinated to official requirements. Your actual feelings, a mixture of professional pride at being selected and practical concern about the associated risks, remain carefully concealed behind the composed expression expected of your class and position. The magistrate continues, providing specific guidance about the inspector's known preferences and questioning patterns based on reports from other districts that have recently undergone similar scrutiny. This information, shared only with selected senior staff, represents valuable political intelligence transmitted through networks of professional relationships. Such informal knowledge, impossible to obtain through official channels, often proves more valuable than formal procedural training in navigating bureaucratic challenges. With final instructions delivered, the magistrate departs, leaving subordinates to complete preparations. Work continues for several more hours, officials occasionally consulting each other on technical questions or coordinating responses to anticipated inquiries. This temporary relaxation of usual hierarchical formality reflects pragmatic adaptation to urgent circumstances. When facing external scrutiny, internal ranks briefly become less rigid to ensure collective success. Near midnight, having reviewed all criminal cases and prepared necessary supplementary documentation, you finally prepare to depart for home. Your back aches from hours hunched over documents, your eyes burn from strain in poor lighting, and hunger gnaws persistently, the simple lunch you brought having long since proven inadequate for such an extended workday. These physical discomforts must be ignored, however. Complaining about bodily needs would indicate unsamurai-like weakness. The streets of Edo lie quiet at this hour, the great city's daytime bustle replaced by the measured movements of night. Watchmen, the occasional group of revelers returning from entertainment districts, and solitary figures hurrying on urgent business. You walk with the distinct posture of a samurai, back straight, gait measured, hands positioned to access, swords if needed. Despite administrative transformation of the warrior class, physical bearing continues to distinguish samurai from commoners. Reaching home well after normal sleeping hours, you find a single lamp burning and your wife waiting despite the late hour. Without being told, she has anticipated your needs based on previous experience with administrative emergencies. A hot meal awaits, simple but nourishing: rice, soup, and pickled vegetables prepared hours earlier, but kept warm near banked coals. Fresh water stands ready for washing away the day's accumulation of ink stains and office dust. You eat quickly, hunger overcoming usual measured pace, while explaining tomorrow's inspection and its implications. Your wife listens attentively, asking practical questions about schedule changes and potential outcomes. Her understanding of administrative realities reflects years as a samurai spouse, where household management includes accommodating the irregular demands of official duty and preparing for potential consequences of bureaucratic politics. After eating, despite exhaustion, you spend time reviewing personal appearance details for tomorrow. Your official clothing is inspected for any imperfections, loose threads, subtle stains, signs of wear that might create negative impressions. Your swords, always meticulously maintained, receive additional attention, their fittings polished to perfect luster. For samurai officials, physical presentation directly reflects inequalities. Disheveled appearance suggests disordered thinking, while immaculate dress indicates disciplined character. Finally retiring to sleep well after midnight, you allow yourself only a brief 4 hours rest before tomorrow's challenges. Samurai discipline includes mastering physical needs, functioning effectively despite inadequate sleep, hunger, or discomfort. The ability to maintain mental clarity and proper deportment under adverse conditions distinguishes warriors from merchants or craftsmen whose work allows greater accommodation of bodily requirements. Dawn arrives too quickly, grey light barely perceptible when you rise to begin preparation for the inspection day. Your movements follow established patterns despite unusual circumstances, are washing, dressing, brief meditation, morning meal, each activity performed with disciplined efficiency. Your wife, equally disciplined in her role, has risen evening earlier to ensure all necessary arrangements are complete before you depart. Dressed in your finest official attire, swords positioned perfectly at your side, you leave home as early light touches the eastern sky. Today you carry no lunch. The inspection schedule will determine when and if eating becomes possible. Your expression conveys calm determination rather than the anxiety churning beneath. Emotional control representing another essential. Samurai discipline, particularly important during high-pressure administrative challenges. Arriving at the magistrate's compound, you find unusual activity already underway despite the early hour. Lower-ranking staff clean walkways, ensure perfect alignment of interior furnishings, and position ceremonial items required for properly receiving high-ranking visitors. The atmosphere combines focused preparation with underlying tension, everyone acutely aware that careers depend on collective performance during today's inspection. You proceed directly to the records room where yesterday's work awaits final organization. Other Yoriki have arrived similarly early, each attending to assigned responsibilities with minimal conversation. The usual morning greetings are abbreviated, social formalities temporarily subordinated to practical necessities. For the next hour, you review documentation once more, ensuring perfect arrangement according to established filing protocols and verifying that supplementary explanations are properly positioned for quick reference if needed. Mid-morning brings announcement of the inspector's arrival. All administrative staff assemble in the main courtyard, arranged according to rank in precise formation. You stand among fellow Yoriki, positioned exactly as protocol requires. Sufficient distance from higher officials to indicate proper deference, specific placement reflecting your particular role and seniority. Your posture embodies samurai ideals, back perfectly straight, gaze properly directed, hands positioned with formal correctness at your sides. The inspector enters with his entourage, a senior official from the shogun's council, accompanied by several assistants and guards. His appearance conveys the understated elegance appropriate for high rank, clothing of finest quality but subdued colors, swords with distinguished but not ostentatious fittings, physical bearing that suggests authority without requiring dramatic display. Power at this level manifests through subtle indicators recognizable to those within the system rather than obvious symbols visible to common observers. Formal greetings follow elaborate protocol with precisely determined language, physical movements, and sequence of interactions. The magistrate welcomes the inspector using formulaic expressions that acknowledge both the honor of the visit and the visitor's superior position in the administrative hierarchy. The inspector responds with equally formal language that, nevertheless, contains subtle variations indicating his specific approach to the evaluation. Slightly warmer phrasing suggesting a generally supportive attitude, though this initial impression cannot be fully trusted. The inspection begins with ceremonial aspects. Tea, served according to precise tradition, formal discussion of completely non-controversial topics, ritualized expressions of mutual respect. These seemingly empty formalities serve essential political functions, establishing relationship parameters before substantive evaluation begins. Through minutely observed behavior during these rituals, how tea is received, which conventional phrases are emphasized, what physical distance is maintained, both sides gather crucial information about how to navigate the actual inspection process. Following these preliminaries, the inspector announces his intention to review criminal case records for the past year, exactly the area you have been preparing. The magistrate indicates you as the official responsible for presenting this information, introducing you with phrasing that subtly emphasizes your experience and reliability without overstating your importance. You bow with precise depth appropriate to the difference in rank between yourself and the inspector, then lead the way to the records room with measured steps that demonstrate neither inappropriate haste nor disrespectful slowness. In the records room, you present documents according to established procedure, beginning with statistical summaries of cases by category, proceeding to examples of standard proceedings, then addressing any unusual or potentially controversial cases. Your explanation maintains perfect balance between necessary detail and appropriate brevity, neither overwhelming the inspector with excessive information nor appearing to withhold relevant facts. Years of administrative experience manifest in this presentation. Knowing exactly which aspects require emphasis, which potential questions must be preemptively addressed, which details can remain unmentioned unless specifically requested. The inspector listens with practiced neutrality, his expression revealing nothing of his actual assessment. Occasionally he asks questions, some addressing substantive matters of legal interpretation, others focusing on seemingly minor procedural details, still others appearing tangential but potentially connecting to larger concerns about administrative practice. Each question represents a potential trap, where incorrect or inadequate response could trigger deeper investigation. You answer with careful precision, drawing on both formal knowledge of regulations and practical understanding of how abstract principles apply in specific circumstances. When one question touches on a case where the magistrate exercised discretionary judgment rather than strictly applying codified rules, you explain the reasoning using language that presents the decision as thoughtful application of higher principles, rather than procedural deviation. The supplementary documentation prepared yesterday proves valuable, allowing immediate reference to precedents justifying the approach. Throughout this exchange, you maintain physical composure despite mounting tension. Standing formally for extended periods while under intense scrutiny tests both physical endurance and psychological resilience. The weight of the swords at your side, normally so familiar as to be unnoticeable, seems particularly present. Today, a physical reminder of both status and responsibility. These symbols of warrior heritage, largely ceremonial in daily administrative function, take on renewed significance during moments when career and reputation hang in balance. The inspector. eventually indicates satisfaction with the criminal records presentation, moving to examine other administrative areas. You remain present, but step back to appropriate supporting position, responsibility shifting to colleagues assigned to other subjects. The inspection continues through midday and into afternoon, examining tax collection records, land dispute, resolutions, public works management, and market regulations. Each area receives similar scrutiny, with officials explaining processes and results while carefully navigating potential criticisms. Late afternoon brings formal conclusion to the inspection. The inspector delivers his initial assessment to the magistrate in private consultation, while subordinate officials wait with carefully concealed anxiety. The content of this discussion will eventually filter down through the administrative hierarchy, determining which officials receive commendation, which face criticism, and which remain unmentioned. Each outcome carrying significant implications for future prospects. When the magistrate emerges from this private meeting, his expression reveals cautious relief rather than concern. The inspection has gone well, with only minor recommendations for procedural adjustments rather than substantive criticisms. Your presentation of criminal records receives specific positive mention. The thoroughness of documentation and clarity of explanation apparently impressed the inspector sufficiently to warrant particular notice. This outcome represents significant professional success, potentially improving your prospects for eventual promotion or assignment to more prestigious responsibilities. In the strictly hierarchical samurai bureaucracy, advancement depends primarily on recognition from superiors rather than objective measures of performance. Today's positive impression on a high-ranking inspector creates valuable political capital within the system, though converting this advantage into concrete benefits requires further careful navigation of administrative relationships. Following the inspector's departure, the magistrate convenes a brief meeting with key staff to discuss implementation of recommended adjustments and express appreciation for thorough preparation. His acknowledgement of your specific contribution remains appropriately restrained. Excessive praise would violate the emotional moderation expected in official interactions, but nevertheless clearly communicates recognition of your effective service. This moderate recognition, rather than effusive thanks, reflects the samurai ideal of performing duty for its own sake rather than external validation. Evening finds you finally returning home, physically exhausted but professionally satisfied. The day's tension dissolves gradually as you remove official clothing, setting aside the formal persona required for administrative function. Your wife, sensing the inspection's positive outcome from your slightly relaxed demeanor, prepares a somewhat special meal, still simple by merchant standards but including small luxuries normally reserved for significant occasions. This subtle celebration acknowledges success while maintaining the restraint expected of samurai households. Over the meal, you describe the day's events in greater detail than time allowed this morning. Your wife listens with genuine interest and understanding, her questions reflecting familiarity with administrative realities gained through years of marriage to an official. This conversation represents one of the few contexts where you can discuss professional challenges openly, free from the constant calculation of impression management required in official settings. After eating, despite physical fatigue, you spend time with your son reviewing his studies. Today's success makes this educational responsibility particularly meaningful, your own career advancement potentially creating improved opportunities for his future. Though samurai status traditionally passes through bloodlines, regardless of individual achievement, practical reality in this late Tokugawa period increasingly ties family prospects to specific performance within the administrative system. Your son's future options, his stipend level, marriage possibilities, administrative assignments, will be influenced by your professional reputation and the connections it generates. Before retiring, you perform brief sword maintenance, checking edges for any signs of rust wiping fittings with oiled cloth to maintain proper condition. This routine task connects daily administrative reality to warrior heritage, the swords symbolizing traditional samurai identity, despite their largely ceremonial function in current circumstances. The apparent contradiction between warrior symbols and bureaucratic function reflects the fundamental transformation of samurai class under extended Tokugawa peace. Martial tools repurposed for administrative authority, battlefield discipline redirected toward governmental order. As sleep approaches, after this extraordinary day, your thoughts turn to the fundamental questions facing samurai in this era: how to maintain meaningful identity as warriors in peaceful society, how to reconcile ancient martial values with current administrative function, how to preserve class distinction as economic realities increasingly favor merchants over samurai. The inspection's success provides temporary professional satisfaction, but answers none of these deeper existential challenges facing your entire class. Tomorrow will bring return to normal administrative routine: document review, case management, procedural supervision, the actual substance of samurai life in this era, so distant from mythologized warrior past. The weight of the swords will remain at your side, physical symbols of increasingly abstract traditions, as you continue navigating the complex reality of being samurai in an age where brushstrokes matter more than sword strokes. What hidden currents might be developing beneath the apparently stable surface of Tokugawa society, and how might the contradictions within samurai identity eventually resolve as Japan faces both internal tensions and external pressures in the coming years? The seasonal transition from summer to autumn brings subtle changes to Edo's administrative rhythm. Heat that made afternoon work nearly unbearable gradually yields to milder temperatures. Festival periods that interrupted regular governmental functions conclude, returning officials to standard routines. Tax collection intensifies as harvest assessments begin, creating increased documentation requirements throughout the bureaucracy. These cyclical patterns have structured your professional life for 15 years, each season bringing predictable shifts in administrative focus. Today finds you at your desk earlier than usual, having arrived before dawn to address an accumulating backlog of cases. The positive impression made during last month's inspection has resulted in additional responsibilities, a mixed blessing common in bureaucratic environments. Recognition leads to increased workload rather than reduced obligations. Advancement, measured by assignment of more complex duties rather than relief from routine tasks. Your current assignment involves investigating a land dispute between a temple and neighboring residents, a situation combining legal complexity with political sensitivity. Religious institutions occupy ambiguous positions within the Tokugawa order, neither fully independent nor directly controlled by samurai administrators. Temples own substantial properties, maintain independent income sources, and connect to broader sectarian networks extending throughout Japan, creating institutions powerful enough to require careful handling by local officials. The specific dispute centers on water rights affecting agricultural land adjacent to temple grounds. Local farmers claim traditional usage rights to a stream flowing from temple property, while temple administrators have recently diverted water for expanded temple gardens, reducing flow to downstream fields. The case requires balancing established precedent with practical resolution, religious prerogatives with agricultural necessities, written documentation with unrecorded traditional practices. You begin by reviewing all submitted documents, temple, land grant certificates dating to early Tokugawa period, farmer petitions describing agricultural impact of reduced water access, surveyor reports measuring water flow before and after temple modifications, precedent cases involving similar disputes in other districts. Each document requires careful consideration of both content and source, assessing factual claims while recognizing how various parties frame information to support their interests. Mid-morning brings field inspection, essential for understanding spatial relationships not fully captured in written descriptions. You dress in formal official attire, swords properly positioned at your side, the visible embodiments of governmental authority necessary when mediating disputes between different social entities. A junior colleague accompanies you carrying measuring tools and recording materials, his presence both practical assistance and proper protocol for official investigation. The walk to the disputed area takes approximately 1 hour, leading from administrative districts through increasingly agricultural surroundings at Edo's periphery. Farmers bow respectfully as you pass, acknowledging samurai status while maintaining appropriate distance. Their deference reflects both social convention and practical reality. Your investigation will substantially affect their livelihood, your recommendation to the magistrate likely determining final resolution of their complaint. At the disputed location, you find representatives from both sides already waiting, temple administrators in religious attire that marks their distinct social position, farmers in practical work clothing temporarily set aside from field labor. Both groups maintain careful formality, addressing you with appropriate honorifics while presenting their positions with restrained urgency beneath polite phrasing. You begin by physically inspecting the water diversion structures constructed by the temple, examining channels, measuring current flow rates, and comparing present arrangements with maps showing previous conditions. The temple representative explains recent modifications as restoration of ancient systems rather than new construction, producing documents purportedly showing original design plans from temple founding. Farmers counter that regardless of historical claims, the practical effect reduces water essential for rice cultivation that has sustained local families for generations. Throughout this inspection, you maintain the neutral demeanor expected of investigating officials, asking factual questions without indicating preliminary judgment, recording observations without revealing their significance, allowing each party equal opportunity to present their position. This performance of impartiality represents both procedural requirement and practical necessity, preserving official credibility while gathering comprehensive information before formulating recommendations. The physical investigation continues through midday, sun reaching its zenith as you complete measurements and visual examination. Despite autumn's approach, heat remains substantial, particularly when standing exposed in open fields. Sweat forms beneath your formal clothing, creating physical discomfort that must be ignored. Samurai officials demonstrate discipline by maintaining composed appearance regardless of environmental conditions. Junior officials might occasionally mop visible perspiration from foreheads, but your rank requires more complete physical control. Following physical inspection, you convene an impromptu hearing under a tree providing minimal shade. Both parties present additional information. Temple administrators emphasizing religious requirements for purification rituals requiring abundant water, farmers describing specific crop damage and projected harvest reductions if current conditions persist. You listen impassively, occasionally requesting clarification or additional detail, your brush moving steadily across paper to record essential points for later reference. By early afternoon, having gathered sufficient information, you announce that findings will be presented to the magistrate for final determination, with decision expected within 5 days. This timeline balances the urgency of agricultural water needs against requirements for proper administrative procedure. Both parties express appreciation for thorough investigation while clearly hoping for favorable outcome. Their formal language containing subtle emphasis on different aspects of the case they believe support their positions. The return walk to administrative offices provides opportunity for initial analysis with your junior colleague. Walking slightly behind as protocol requires, he offers observations about physical measurements and apparent discrepancies between documented claims and visible evidence. His perspective provides useful technical detail, though final interpretation remains your responsibility as senior investigating official. This mentoring relationship, experienced officials guiding junior colleagues through practical application of administrative principles, constitutes essential knowledge transmission within the bureaucratic system. Back at your desk by late afternoon, you begin drafting the investigation report for the magistrate's review. The document must balance multiple considerations: technical accuracy regarding water flow measurements, legal analysis of competing property claims, practical assessment of agricultural impact, political implications of decisions affecting religious institutions, precedents from similar cases that might apply. Your brush moves steadily across paper, transforming complex situation into structured administrative language that presents essential facts while subtly indicating recommended resolution. Your recommendation ultimately suggests compromise. The temple may maintain its garden water system, but must construct additional channels, ensuring minimum flow levels to agricultural fields during critical growing seasons. This solution acknowledges both religious property rights and practical agricultural necessities, requiring concessions from both parties while avoiding complete victory for either. Such balanced resolutions represent the ideal in Tokugawa administration, maintaining social harmony through mediated compromise rather than strict application of abstract principles that might create dangerous dissatisfaction. As evening approaches, you complete the report and submit it through proper channels for magistrate review. Administrative procedure requires such recommendations pass through multiple hands before reaching final decision makers, each level potentially adding notations or suggesting revisions. Your seniority following the successful inspection means your recommendation carries significant weight, though ultimate authority remains with the magistrate, who must consider broader political implications beyond the specific dispute. With official duties complete, you prepare to return home through streets now darkening with evening shadows. The city transitions to its nighttime character, shops closing wooden shutters, lanterns appearing at building entrances, night watchmen taking positions at neighborhood gates. This transformation from administrative center to residential community occurs daily, government officials returning to family roles as merchants, craftsmen, and laborers similarly conclude their occupational identities. Your walk home follows familiar streets through samurai residential districts where modest houses reflect the economic reality of lower-ranking warriors. Unlike wealthy merchant districts with their increasingly elaborate residences or daimyo compounds with imposing gates and substantial walls, these neighborhoods maintain restrained appearance appropriate for warrior class, regardless of limited financial circumstances. Visual consistency masks significant variation in actual living conditions. Some households barely maintaining appearances, others achieving modest comfort through careful management or supplementary income sources. Arriving home, you find unexpected activity: your wife supervising preparations for visitors, your daughter arranging tea implements with particular care. Your questioning look receives quick explanation. Your wife's cousin, married to a samurai official in a neighboring district, has arrived in Edo on administrative business and will visit this evening. Such family connections across administrative boundaries create valuable information networks, allowing officials to learn about developments, opportunities, and potential problems beyond their immediate jurisdiction. You quickly change from formal administrative clothing to appropriate domestic attire, still properly arranged according to samurai standards, but offering greater comfort for evening activities. The swords are placed on their rack with customary respect, positioned according to tradition that maintains their status as sacred symbols of warrior identity rather than mere weapons or status indicators. Even in this private moment, Proper handling reflects internalized discipline that distinguishes samurai from other classes, regardless of economic similarities. The visitors arrive as evening fully settles, your wife's cousin, her husband, and their son approximately the same age as your own. Formal greetings follow established patterns, acknowledging both family connection and professional relationship between samurai officials of similar rank. The initial conversation maintains appropriate topics: health of family members, children's educational progress, general observations about seasonal changes, before gradually transitioning to more substantive matters once proper social foundation has been established over modest refreshments prepared by your wife and daughter, tea, and simple seasonal sweets that balance hospitality against economic constraint. Conversation eventually addresses administrative matters of mutual interest. Your visitor describes political developments in his district, where a new magistrate has introduced procedural changes affecting daily operations. This information, unavailable through official channels, provides valuable context for understanding broader administrative trends that might eventually reach your own jurisdiction. In exchange, you share insights from the recent inspection, describing evaluation methods employed by the high-ranking inspector. Such practical knowledge: how specific senior officials conduct evaluations, which aspects receive particular scrutiny, what presentation approaches prove effective, represents valuable professional intelligence transmitted through informal networks rather than official training. This exchange benefits both participants, strengthening future prospects through shared understanding of the administrative environment's unwritten aspects. The conversation eventually turns to broader developments affecting the samurai class. Throughout the Tokugawa domains, economic pressures continue intensifying as fixed stipends lose purchasing power against rising prices, forcing many samurai families to seek supplementary income through increasingly transparent methods. Traditional prohibitions against warrior involvement in commercial activities are maintained officially while being circumvented practically. Samurai family members engaging in craft production, unofficial consulting for merchant houses, or discreet money lending using inherited assets as capital. Your visitor mentions recent policy discussions within his domain, considering formal modification of restrictions on samurai economic activities, potentially allowing specific approved supplementary occupations without loss of status. Such changes would represent significant deviation from traditional class distinctions that theoretically separate warriors from commercial concerns, though practical reality has long since blurred these boundaries for lower-ranking samurai facing economic necessity. This topic touches personal circumstances directly. Your own household maintains appearance of living entirely on official stipend, but actual financial stability depends on your wife's undisclosed income from calligraphy commissions. Her refined artistic skills, developed through samurai daughters' traditional education, now providing essential supplementary resources. This arrangement, technically violating class restrictions but increasingly common among samurai families, requires careful management of public appearance versus private necessity. The evening continues with discussion of children's education and future prospects, concerns central to any samurai parent facing the transformed reality of Tokugawa society. Traditional warrior training in martial arts continues for male children, but practical education increasingly emphasizes administrative skills, literacy, mathematics, document preparation, legal knowledge required for bureaucratic function, rather than battlefield application. This educational transformation reflects the fundamental contradiction of maintaining warrior class identity within peaceful administrative system. As the visit concludes with appropriate formalities, you arrange future information exchange through correspondence, letters ostensibly discussing family matters while containing coded references to administrative developments. This communication network, maintained through family connections and trusted colleagues, provides essential contextual knowledge for navigating bureaucratic environments where official information flows remain strictly controlled and hierarchical. After visitors depart, household preparation for sleep begins, cleaning tea implements, arranging bedding, securing the house for night. Your son seeks guidance regarding an essay assignment on classical warrior virtues, providing opportunity for transmission of both technical writing instruction and philosophical perspective on samurai ethical traditions. This educational moment exemplifies your dual responsibility, developing his practical skills for administrative function while preserving core values from warrior heritage increasingly disconnected from daily reality. Before retiring, you spend brief time reviewing personal correspondence, letters from former colleagues now serving in provincial posts, communications from classmates from your training period, messages from family members serving other domains. These connections, maintained through infrequent but regular communication, form another essential network providing both professional intelligence and personal support beyond immediate household and workplace relationships. One letter particularly draws your attention. A former colleague describing unusual developments in his coastal domain where foreign ships have been sighted with increasing frequency. Local authorities have received conflicting instructions regarding appropriate responses, with some officials advocating strict adherence to seclusion policies, while others suggest more flexible approaches to prevent potential conflicts. These distant events, seemingly remote from daily administrative concerns in Edo, nevertheless represent early indications of pressures that might eventually transform the entire Tokugawa system. As you prepare for sleep, arranging bedding in the household's main room, your mind processes the day's experiences while connecting them to broader patterns. The specific land dispute investigation represents microcosm of larger tensions within Tokugawa society, balancing traditional rights against practical necessities, mediating between different social entities with competing interests, maintaining surface harmony while addressing underlying conflicts. Your administrative role involves continuously navigating these tensions through specific case resolution rather than addressing fundamental contradictions. Similarly, the evening's conversation revealed tensions within samurai identity itself, maintaining warrior traditions increasingly disconnected from practical function, preserving class distinction despite economic reality, transmitting values developed for different social conditions to children facing transformed circumstances. These contradictions exist not just philosophically but practically in daily decisions about education, income, career development, and family management. The foreign ships mentioned in correspondence represent potential external catalyst that might eventually force resolution of these internal tensions. Throughout your lifetime, Japan has maintained its seclusion policy with only minimal exceptions, the Tokugawa system functioning as largely self-contained social order. Yet indications of change appear with increasing frequency, not just foreign vessels but also domestic economic developments, intellectual currents, questioning traditional arrangements, technological innovations, challenging established patterns. As sleep approaches, your final thoughts acknowledge the fundamental uncertainty facing your class and country. The administrative system you serve has maintained remarkable stability for nearly 2 centuries, its hierarchical structure and procedural regularity creating predictable patterns that define your professional existence. Yet beneath this apparent permanence, contradictions intensify. Economic reality versus status distinctions, warrior identity versus administrative function, traditional values versus practical necessities. Tomorrow will bring return to routine duties, document review, case investigation, procedural supervision, the daily reality of samurai existence in this late Tokugawa period. The swords will again hang at your side as you perform these bureaucratic functions, physical symbols of increasingly abstract warrior tradition. You will continue navigating specific cases without resolving fundamental contradictions, maintaining the system's operation while perhaps contributing incrementally to its eventual transformation. What unseen forces might be gathering strength, beyond immediate perception, potentially transforming the apparently stable order that has defined your entire life? How might the contradictions within samurai identity eventually resolve as internal pressures meet external influences? And what legacy might your generation leave as it navigates the lengthening shadows of a traditional order potentially approaching significant transformation? The first light of dawn filters through the paper-covered windows of your small dwelling on the outskirts of Hikone. Though the castle town still slumbers, your day began before sunrise, as it has every working day for the past 23 years since you completed your apprenticeship as a miyadaiku, a carpenter specializing in shrine, temple, and castle construction. Your hands move through the morning routine with practiced efficiency, preparing for another day of exacting labor that few will ever fully appreciate. Your home reflects your station, modest but respectable, befitting a master craftsman in service to the Ai clan who rule this domain. The main room serves multiple functions: sleeping quarters at night, living space during the day. A small workshop occupies an adjacent structure where you store precious tools and perform preparatory work that doesn't require presence at the main construction site. The home's simple design, nevertheless, shows subtle touches that reveal its owner's profession. Precisely squared corners, perfectly aligned joints, small wooden elements displaying craftsmanship invisible to untrained eyes. Your wife has risen, with you, preparing a simple breakfast of rice, miso soup, and pickled vegetables. Like most craftsmen's wives, she contributes to the household economy through various activities: tending a small vegetable garden, weaving cloth during winter months, occasionally taking in sewing work from neighbors. Your two sons, aged 17 and 14, are also stirring, the elder now in advanced apprenticeship with you, the younger dividing time between basic carpentry training and general education at the local temple school. Breakfast conversation focuses on practical matters: today's work objectives, materials needed, weather considerations that might affect construction. Unlike samurai households with their formal distance, or merchant families discussing complex business matters, craftsmen typically maintain straightforward communication centered on immediate tasks and practical concerns. Your elder son asks specific questions about a joint technique he's struggling to master. You provide brief, clear guidance, your words supplemented by hand gestures mimicking proper tool movement. After eating, you dress for work in the standard attire of a master carpenter. Cotton kimono of indigo blue, worn with a simple obi, over which goes a short jacket bearing your personal mark discreetly embroidered on the back. This identifying symbol, registered with the Carpenters Guild and recognized throughout the domain, represents both professional identity and personal reputation built through decades of quality workmanship. Though lacking the formal right to wear swords like samurai, carpenters and other skilled craftsmen occupy respected positions in Tokugawa society, their essential skills acknowledged through specific privileges and recognitions. The most important morning ritual follows: inspection and preparation of tools that represent both practical implements and symbols of your profession. Unlike common carpenters who build ordinary structures, miyadaiku work requires specialized tools maintained to extraordinary standards of precision. From a wooden chest, you carefully remove implements wrapped in oiled cloth, planes capable of shaving wood to paper thinness, saws with teeth filed to exacting dimensions, chisels of various sizes each sharpened to perfect edge. Many of these tools were passed from your master, who received them from his master before him, their wooden handles bearing the subtle impressions of generations of skilled hands. Tool preparation involves more than mere practicality. It constitutes meditation on the day's work, connecting you to an unbroken lineage of craftsmen extending back centuries. As you check each edge for sharpness, each handle for security, each moving part for proper function, your mind focuses entirely on the task, achieving the mental clarity essential for precision work. This mindful preparation represents one aspect of the carpenter's discipline largely invisible to outsiders who see only physical skills rather than the mental cultivation underlying master craftsmanship. Your eldest son assists in this preparation, learning through observation and supervised practice the proper care techniques that cannot be fully conveyed through verbal instruction alone. The weight of each tool in hand, the sound it makes when tested against thumbnail, the visual assessment of edge condition, these sensory judgments develop through years of guided experience rather than abstract explanation. This knowledge transmission through shared work rather than formal teaching characterizes traditional craft education throughout Japan. With tools prepared and secured in a wooden carrying chest, you and your son depart for today's worksite, the southwestern corner tower of Hikone Castle, currently undergoing restoration after damage from recent heavy storms. Your younger son heads in a different direction toward the temple school, where he will study classical texts and basic mathematics, before joining you later for practical instruction. This balanced education represents your ambition for him, combining practical craft skills with broader knowledge that might eventually allow him to attain positions supervising major projects rather than simply executing them. The walk to the castle takes approximately 30 minutes, leading from residential areas through the town's commercial district, where merchants and shopkeepers are beginning their day's activities. Several bow respectfully as you pass. Your position as a castle carpenter brings status in this provincial town where the domain lord's residence represents the center of both political authority and economic activity. The castle's maintenance and occasional renovation provides employment for dozens of specialized craftsmen and their apprentices, creating a professional community bound by shared skills and interdependent work. As you approach the castle, its impressive silhouette dominates the landscape, multiple roof lines rising dramatically against the morning sky, massive stone foundations supporting elegant wooden structures that combine practical defensive design with aesthetic refinement. Like all Japanese castles of the Edo period, Hikone represents both military architecture and symbolic manifestation of samurai authority, its imposing presence reminding common people of the warrior class's dominant position while providing practical administrative center for domain governance. The restoration project currently underway focuses on a peripheral tower damaged during recent storms. Not the central keep itself, but an important element of the castle's defensive and aesthetic composition. You pass through multiple gates, each guarded by samurai who recognize you and permit passage without detailed questioning. As a registered castle carpenter with decades of service, your access to most areas is routinely granted, though certain inner sections where domain officials conduct business remain restricted. Arriving at the worksite, you find activity already underway. Laborers moving materials, apprentices preparing work areas, other master craftsmen consulting plans and examining structural elements. The restoration involves multiple specialized trades working in careful coordination. Stoneworkers repairing foundation elements, blacksmiths creating metal fittings, roof tile specialists preparing ceramic elements, and various grades of carpenters handling different aspects of the wooden superstructure. Your specific responsibility involves recreating an intricately carved bracket system supporting the tower's overhanging roof, a complex three-dimensional puzzle of interconnected wooden elements that must bear substantial weight while maintaining precise aesthetic proportions. This morning's task centers on measuring and marking replacement timbers that will be shaped over coming days to match original elements too damaged for repair. Before beginning physical work, you consult with the project supervisor, an elderly master carpenter who oversees the entire restoration. Though technically your superior in the project hierarchy, he treats you with collegial respect earned through years of quality craftsmanship. Your conversation focuses on technical details, wood movement, considerations given seasonal moisture, changes, subtle adjustments to traditional designs addressing specific structural weaknesses revealed by recent damage, integration of new elements with original structure dating to the castle's construction nearly 2 centuries earlier. This discussion reflects the complex knowledge required for high-level carpentry, not merely technical skill in shaping wood, but deep understanding of material properties, structural engineering principles, historical construction techniques, and aesthetic traditions. Master carpenters combine practical craft knowledge with mathematical precision, artistic sensitivity, and historical awareness, their expertise developed through decades of progressively more challenging projects under careful guidance. With parameters established, you begin the day's central task, measuring damaged original brackets to create templates for replacement elements. This process requires extraordinary precision, as each component must fit perfectly within their larger structural system. You work methodically using traditional measuring tools, bamboo rulers marked with standardized units, folding wooden measure sticks marking brushes, and ink-soaked cord for snapping straight lines. Measurement in traditional Japanese carpentry follows its own system, with units related to human proportions rather than abstract standards. The primary unit, the shaku, approximately 30.3 centimeters, subdivides into 10 sun, each sun into 10 bu, allowing precise dimensional specification. More importantly, proportional relationships between elements follow principles established through centuries of refinement, creating visual harmony that distinguishes master-crafted structures from ordinary construction. Your son works nearby, assisting by holding measuring tools, recording dimensions, and preparing marking materials. His participation serves multiple purposes: practical help that increases your efficiency, educational opportunity as he observes expert technique, and gradual introduction to the castle carpenter community, where he must eventually establish his own professional identity. Throughout the morning, you provide occasional quiet correction or guidance, most instruction happening through observation rather than explicit direction. The measuring process reveals subtle sophistication in the original construction. Slight curvatures intentionally incorporated to create visual impression of straight lines when viewed from below, minute dimensional adjustments compensating for wood movement over decades, clever structural solutions hidden within decorative elements. These refinements, invisible to casual observation, represent the highest level of traditional craftsmanship, knowledge beyond mere technical execution, approaching philosophical understanding of material, structure, and perception. As midday approaches, you complete initial measurements and begin preparing templates from thin wooden boards that will guide the actual cutting and shaping. This transfer of dimensions from damaged original to replacement material represents critical transition, where errors could multiply through subsequent stages. You work with intense concentration, checking each measurement multiple times, occasionally stepping back to verify overall proportional relationships from different perspectives. The discipline of measuring twice, cutting once, takes literal form in your methodical approach, though for complex elements like these brackets, measuring occurs not merely twice but repeatedly throughout the process, each stage verified before proceeding. This seemingly excessive verification reflects both practical wisdom, as errors in valuable timber waste, irreplaceable resources, and philosophical approach to craftsmanship, where process integrity matters as much as final result. Midday brings brief pause for the simple meal brought from home. Rice balls wrapped in bamboo leaves, pickled vegetables, and barley tea carried in a wooden container. You eat sitting in the shade of the castle wall, your son beside you, other craftsmen gathered in small groups nearby. Conversation during this break remains largely work-focused, discussing challenging aspects of current tasks, sharing information about material availability, occasionally mentioning family matters or community events. Unlike laborers who might use meal breaks for boisterous relaxation, master craftsmen typically maintain professional demeanor throughout the workday. Their identity so thoroughly integrated with their craft that artificial separation between person and profession rarely occurs. After the meal, work resumes with template refinement and preparation for tomorrow's cutting phase. You mark specific grain orientations required for maximum structural strength, indicate exact cutting sequences to maintain dimensional stability, and note particular techniques needed for complex joinery areas. These annotations transform the template from simple dimensional record to comprehensive working guide, embedding process knowledge alongside spatial information. Throughout the afternoon, various officials occasionally visit the restoration site, castle administrators checking progress, domain financial officers monitoring resource usage, sometimes even samurai retainers representing the daimyo's personal interest in maintaining his symbolic seat of power. During these visits, you continue working with unchanged focus, though remaining aware of observations and conversations that might affect project parameters or resource allocation. The project supervisor handles most direct communication with officials, translating their administrative concerns into practical craft requirements while buffering craftsmen from unnecessary interruptions. Late afternoon brings transition to preparation for the following day. Tools require cleaning and sharpening after hours of use, materials need arranging for efficient morning access, and work areas must be organized to prevent overnight damage from weather or animals. These closing activities, performed with the same care as the primary craft work, reflect the comprehensive discipline that distinguishes master craftsmen from casual laborers. Nothing is left to chance or morning confusion. The work environment is prepared as methodically as the work itself. Before departing, you consult briefly with other craftsmen whose work interfaces with yours. The timber preparation specialist, who will supply precisely cut lumber for tomorrow's shaping, the metal fitting craftsman creating reinforcing elements that must align with wooden components, the finishing expert, who will eventually apply protective coatings to completed sections. These conversations ensure coordinated progress across interdependent specialties, the successful restoration requiring harmonious integration of multiple craft traditions. The walk home through evening streets provides transition from professional to domestic identity. You observe the town with craftsman's eyes, noting building details that reveal their makers' skill levels, assessing structural conditions that might eventually require professional attention, appreciating subtle elements of traditional architecture that connect present construction to historical precedents. This continuous environmental assessment, largely unconscious after decades of professional practice, represents another aspect of the craftsman's discipline. Constant observation and evaluation that refines understanding through daily experience. Arriving home, as daylight fades, you find your younger son already returned from his studies, assisting his mother with evening meal preparation. The household transitions to its evening pattern, tools carefully stored in the workshop, work clothes exchanged for simpler domestic attire, conversation shifting toward family matters and community affairs. Unlike samurai households with their formal separation of public and private roles, or merchant families, where business discussions dominate even home interactions, craftsmen typically maintain more integrated identities, their professional expertise coloring domestic activities without completely defining them. The evening meal provides opportunity for more extended family conversation. Your younger son describes mathematical concepts learned at the temple school, making connections between abstract principles and practical carpentry applications. Your elder son seeks guidance on specific techniques observed during the day's work, his questions revealing growing technical understanding and developing professional judgment. Your wife shares information gathered through community interactions, local events, material availability, potential future projects mentioned by neighbors. This exchange represents not merely personal communication, but professional intelligence gathering, the craftsman's household functioning as both family, unit and vocational support system. After eating, evening activities include both practical tasks and educational components. You spend time transferring the day's measurements to more permanent records, detailed drawings that will remain in your professional archive, potentially serving future restoration projects decades hence. These documents represent both practical, reference and continuation of historical knowledge, connecting your work to both past precedents and future applications. Meanwhile, your elder son practices specialized tool techniques on scrapwood under occasional supervision, while your younger son studies texts containing traditional proportional systems and structural principles. Before retiring, you spend time maintaining personal tools kept at home rather than carried to work sites. These implements, particularly fine planes and chisels used for finish work, receive meticulous attention, their cutting edges honed on progressively finer sharpening stones until they achieve razor sharpness beyond requirements of ordinary carpentry. This maintenance routine, performed regardless of fatigue after long work days, reflects the craftsman's fundamental relationship with tools, not merely using implements, but engaging in mutual refinement where tools and craftsmen develop together, through conscientious interaction. As you prepare for sleep, arranging bedding on the tatami floor, now cleared of daytime furnishings, your mind reviews the day's work while anticipating tomorrow's challenges. The measured templates require mental verification, complex joint solutions need further refinement, material characteristics demand consideration for specific applications. This continuous mental engagement with craft problems, extending beyond physical working hours, represents another aspect of master craftsmanship, largely invisible to outside observers. Sleep comes quickly after the long day's physical and mental exertion, but even unconsciousness often continues professional processing. Dreams frequently involving spatial relationships, structural solutions, or material properties. The integration of craft identity with personal existence extends beyond waking awareness. The master carpenter's relationship with wood, structure, and tradition permeating all levels of consciousness. Tomorrow will bring continuation of the restoration process, cutting and shaping replacement brackets, testing initial fittings, preparing connecting elements. Each day builds upon previous progress while anticipating future requirements, the project unfolding through coordinated effort across multiple specialties and skill levels. Like the castle itself, the restoration emerges through layered contributions, each craftsman adding particular expertise to collective creation that transcends individual capacity. What silent knowledge passes through your hands as you recreate techniques developed by nameless predecessors across centuries of refined practice? How might the careful measurement and proportional harmony of traditional carpentry reflect deeper philosophical principles structuring Japanese society itself? And what unseen connections might exist between the physical architecture you maintain and the social architecture supporting the entire Tokugawa order? Morning light streams through castle tower windows, illuminating your workspace with directional clarity, perfect for detailed carpentry. You've been at work for several hours already, having arrived before sunrise to maximize productive time during optimal daylight conditions. Around you, the restoration site buzzes with controlled activity, apprentices preparing materials, specialists working on various components, laborers moving supplies according to carefully orchestrated schedules. Within this seeming chaos exists precise coordination, each person performing specific functions within the overall restoration process. Today's central task involves transforming yesterday's measurements and templates into actual replacement components. Specifically, the complex bracket systems supporting extended roof eaves. These elements represent some of the most sophisticated wooden joinery in traditional Japanese architecture, combining structural function with aesthetic refinement through precisely shaped components that interlock in 3 dimensions. The brackets distribute substantial roof weight across supporting columns while creating the distinctive silhouette that characterizes castle architecture. You work at a temporary bench constructed at the perfect height for your frame, your most precise tools arranged within easy reach, each positioned for immediate access without wasted motion. The timber before you, carefully selected hinoki cypress aged for optimal stability, represents significant material value beyond its practical function. Reserved specifically for high-status construction, this wood embodies both physical properties ideal for fine joinery and symbolic significance appropriate for castle restoration. Your son works nearby, handling preparatory cuts and simpler shaping while observing your techniques on more complex elements. The traditional apprenticeship system operates through this graduated responsibility, beginning with basic preparations, progressing to simple components, eventually advancing to complex joinery, finally developing the integrated understanding that allows independent design and structural problem-solving. This progression typically requires decades rather than years, craftsmanship developing through accumulated experience rather than abstract instruction. The morning's work centers on creating kumiko, the complicated wooden grid that forms the core of each bracket assembly. Using your finest saws and chisels, you shape precise tenons and mortises that will interlock without metal fasteners, creating connections that maintain structural integrity through wood's natural expansion and contraction with seasonal humidity changes. Each cut requires perfect execution, angles measured to 1/10 of a degree precision, depths controlled to fraction of millimeter tolerance, surfaces finished to perfect smoothness for tight-fitting joints. This exacting process engages your complete attention, creating the mental state that master craftsmen call losing the self in the work. Your awareness narrows to immediate material interaction, the resistance of wood grain against cutting edge, the visual assessment of emerging forms, against mental template, the tactile feedback as fingers test joint tolerances. This focused consciousness, developed through decades of practice, allows execution precision impossible through intellectual calculation alone, your body functioning as sophisticated measuring instrument incorporating multiple sensory inputs simultaneously. The most challenging aspect involves creating what master carpenters call the shape of emptiness, the negative spaces between solid elements that ultimately determine both structural function and aesthetic impact. Unlike Western architectural traditions that emphasize solid materials, Japanese traditional construction gives equal attention to voids between components, understanding that these spaces determine how structures respond to stress, particularly during earthquakes that regularly affect the Japanese archipelago. The precise shaping of these interconnected voids requires sophisticated spatial thinking, developed through years of increasingly complex projects. As midday approaches, a high-ranking castle administrator arrives to inspect progress. You continue working without interruption, maintaining focus on the precisely angled cut currently underway. The project supervisor handles initial interaction, explaining overall restoration timeline and resource allocation while conducting the official through various work areas. Eventually, they approach your workspace, conversation shifting to technical aspects of bracket reconstruction. Without pausing your work, you respond to specific questions about joinery techniques and structural solutions, your hands continuing precise operations even during explanation. This ability to maintain physical craft execution while engaging intellectual discussion represents advanced integration of practical and theoretical knowledge characteristic of master craftsmen. The administrator, though not himself a carpenter, possesses sufficient technical understanding to appreciate the sophistication of techniques being employed. Another example of how specialized knowledge permeates Japanese society beyond strict occupational boundaries. The discussion eventually addresses a significant decision point in the restoration: whether to reproduce damaged elements exactly as originally constructed or incorporate subtle improvements addressing weaknesses revealed by recent storm damage. This question engages fundamental philosophical aspects of Japanese craft tradition, balancing reverence for historical precedent against practical refinement through experience. Your contribution to this discussion draws on both technical expertise regarding structural dynamics and cultural understanding of restoration principles, suggesting specific modifications that enhance durability while remaining visually indistinguishable from original designs. After the administrator's departure, work continues with renewed concentration. The morning's individual component preparation now transitions to initial assembly testing, fitting shaped elements together to verify precise interaction before final surface finishing. This critical stage reveals any minute discrepancies that might compromise structural integrity or visual harmony, allowing corrections before permanent installation. You assemble and disassemble complex bracket arrangements repeatedly, making microscopic adjustments with specialized planes that remove wood in paper-thin shavings, gradually achieving perfect fit across multiple connecting surfaces. Throughout this process, you instruct your son through demonstration rather than extensive verbal explanation. When he encounters difficulty with a particularly challenging angle cut, you briefly take his tool, execute several perfect strokes that reveal proper technique, then return the implement without unnecessary commentary. This teaching approach, emphasizing observation over explanation, practical demonstration over abstract instruction, characterizes traditional craft education throughout Japan, knowledge transmitted through shared work rather than separate theoretical training. Midday meal provides brief respite from intense concentration. You eat simple food brought from home while discussing technical challenges with fellow master craftsmen similarly engaged in specialized restoration tasks. Conversation centers on practical matters, unusual grain patterns requiring technique adjustments, material substitutions necessitated by supply limitations, innovative adaptations addressing unique structural conditions. Unlike theoretical discussions among scholars or status-conscious interactions among merchants and officials, craftsmen's communication typically maintains direct connection to tangible problems and solutions, abstract concepts always grounded in physical reality. The afternoon's work shifts to preparation of connecting elements that will eventually join bracket assemblies to both vertical support posts and horizontal roof structures. These transitional components require particular attention to grain orientation and stress distribution as they transmit forces between perpendicular structural systems. You select specific wood sections based on grain pattern and growth characteristics, orienting each piece to maximize strength in anticipated stress directions. Some components deliberately incorporating curved grain that naturally reinforces potential failure points. This material selection represents another dimension of master craftsmanship invisible to casual observation, understanding wood not as homogeneous construction material, but as complex biological structure with directional properties requiring specific application. Different species, different tree sections, even different growth patterns within single timber lengths offer varying characteristics appropriate for particular structural functions. This knowledge, developed through generations of observation and experience, enables sophisticated material utilization impossible through standardized industrial approaches. As afternoon progresses, various other craftsmen occasionally consult you regarding interface points between their specialties and your bracket systems. The roof tile specialist discusses weight distribution requirements affecting upper bracket connections. The metal fitting craftsman consults about reinforcement placement within wooden joints. The finish carpenter reviews transition details between bracket elements and adjacent decorative components. These interactions reflect the interdependent nature of traditional Japanese construction, where specialized knowledge areas overlap at critical connection points requiring coordinated solutions. Your responses demonstrate another aspect of master craftsmanship, the ability to translate between different technical vocabularies, understanding how specialized knowledge in one area affects requirements in adjacent specialties. This integrative thinking develops only through long experience with complete construction systems rather than isolated components, representing advanced professional capability beyond excellent execution within single specialty. The restoration supervisor occasionally observes these consultations without intervening, recognizing your role in facilitating technical coordination across craft boundaries. Late afternoon brings evaluation of the day's production. Completed. Bracket components arranged for inspection before moving to installation preparation. You and the supervisor examine each element methodically, assessing both individual execution quality and collective proportional relationships. This evaluation considers multiple criteria simultaneously: structural functionality, historical accuracy, material optimization, aesthetic refinement. The integrated judgment possible only through comprehensive craft understanding developed across decades of progressively challenging projects. With daylight fading, work transitions to preparation for tomorrow's activities. Completed components receive temporary protective oil coatings against overnight moisture. Tools undergo thorough cleaning and edge maintenance. Work surfaces are organized for morning efficiency. The methodical closure of each workday represents another aspect of craft discipline often overlooked by observers who focus only on active production. The careful maintenance of conditions that enable quality work, the consistent preparation that prevents avoidable problems and delays. Before departing, you consult briefly with the restoration supervisor regarding material requirements for coming days. This conversation balances technical specificity against practical limitations. Ideal timber characteristics versus available supply, optimal curing times versus project timeline constraints, traditional techniques versus occasional necessary adaptations. Such practical negotiation between craft ideals and project realities represents another dimension of master craftsmanship, the ability to maintain essential quality standards while accommodating inevitable resource constraints and scheduling pressures. The walk home through evening streets provides transitional space between professional and domestic identities. You notice architectural details of buildings passed daily: roof edge treatments, entry gate constructions, decorative transoms, above doorways, each revealing its maker's skill level and regional influences. This continuous environmental reading represents the craftsman's perpetual professional awareness, technical assessment integrated into ordinary perception through decades of specialized observation. Arriving home at dusk, you find your younger son practicing basic tool techniques in the small workshop adjacent to your dwelling. He demonstrates recent progress with a simple planing exercise, creating long, consistent shavings from a practice board. You observe silently before offering minimal adjustment to his hand position, the slight correction immediately improving his results. This brief interaction exemplifies graduated instruction appropriate to developmental stage, minimal intervention, allowing discovery while preventing frustration from persistent, incorrect technique. The evening meal provides opportunity for family conversation, connecting professional and educational experiences. Your elder son describes challenges encountered during the day's bracket construction, his questions revealing developing technical understanding and appropriate recognition of knowledge boundaries. Your younger son connects mathematical concepts, learned at temple school, with spatial relationships observed in carpentry practice. His integration of abstract and practical knowledge representing educational ideal for craft advancement. Your wife contributes observations from community interactions with other craftsmen's families, information that often contains valuable insights about material availability, emerging work opportunities, or changing administrative priorities. After eating, evening activities combine practical preparation with knowledge development. You spend time preparing special cutting guides needed for tomorrow's complex joinery work. Wooden templates with precisely angled reference surfaces that ensure consistent execution across multiple similar components. Meanwhile, your elder son studies project drawings, calculating material requirements and cutting sequences for upcoming tasks. Your younger son practices technical drawing, copying traditional bracket designs while receiving occasional guidance about proportional relationships and notation methods. This evening, productivity represents another aspect of traditional craft. Households. The integration of preparation, production, and education within domestic space, family functioning simultaneously as economic unit, educational institution, and cultural transmission system. Unlike modern separation between work and home environments, traditional craft practice extends across these boundaries, knowledge development continuing beyond formal working hours through constant interaction with tools, materials, and instructional relationships. Before retiring, you spend time with a prized possession, a collection of technical drawings from notable castle and temple projects throughout Japan, some dating back several centuries. These documents, acquired gradually throughout your career through professional connections and carefully preserved, represent both practical reference and connection to craft lineage extending beyond personal experience. You study innovative bracket solutions from a 16th century temple, considering how their principles might apply to current restoration challenges while respecting historical traditions specific to Hikone Castle. This evening study exemplifies the craftsman's continuing self-development, professional knowledge constantly expanded through examination of both historical precedents and contemporary innovations. Unlike standardized modern construction with fixed techniques and materials, traditional Japanese carpentry encompasses continuous refinement within established principles, each master making subtle contributions to evolving tradition through thoughtful adaptation rather than radical reinvention. As you prepare for sleep, arranging bedding on the tatami floor, your mind continues processing the day's technical challenges while anticipating tomorrow's tasks. The mental rehearsal of complex joinery sequences, visualization of three-dimensional assemblies, and consideration of grain stress interactions continues despite physical rest. Craft thinking integrated into consciousness rather than compartmentalized as separate work activity. This mental engagement represents another dimension of master craftsmanship, the continuous problem-solving that occurs beyond active production hours, solutions developing through unconscious processing during seemingly unrelated activities. Sleep comes quickly after the day's physical and mental exertion, your body's need for recovery overriding even persistent craft preoccupations. Yet even in dreams, spatial relationships and structural connections often appear in abstracted form, the craftsman's mind continuing to process professional challenges through unconscious mechanisms. This integration of craft consciousness across all aspects of existence, waking production, evening study, even dream content, exemplifies the complete identification with vocation characteristic of traditional Japanese master craftsmen. Tomorrow, we'll bring continuation of the bracket assembly process, final fitting adjustments, surface finishing, preparation for installation within the larger structural system. Each day's work builds upon previous accomplishments while anticipating future requirements, the restoration progressing through thousands of precisely executed tasks coordinated across multiple specialties. Like the castle itself, the project emerges through layered contributions organized according to principles developed across centuries of refined practice. How might the precise joinery techniques employed in castle construction, with their perfect balance of solid elements, and empty spaces reflect deeper philosophical principles structuring Japanese society. What connections exist between the craftsman's disciplined shaping of material reality and the samurai's cultivation of martial and administrative order? And how does the restoration of historical structures simultaneously preserve traditional knowledge while allowing subtle adaptation to changing conditions? The southwestern tower of Hikone Castle stands complete again, its restoration finished after months of coordinated effort from dozens of specialized craftsmen. You stand at a distance, observing the structure from the perspective of ordinary viewers rather than from the craftsman's intimate engagement with individual components. From this vantage point, the tower appears unchanged from its condition before storm damage. Precisely the intention of proper restoration, where intervention remains invisible despite substantial reconstruction of critical elements. This morning's ceremony marks official completion, with domain officials conducting traditional purification rituals before accepting the restored structure from the construction supervisor. You attend not as central participant but as essential contributor, your position in the ceremonial arrangement reflecting both the importance of your craft contribution and the social hierarchy that places administrative officials above even the most skilled artisans. The carpenter's status, respected for essential skills yet subordinate to samurai administrators, exemplifies the complex status arrangements of Tokugawa society, where practical capability and formal class position exist in constant negotiation. The ceremony proceeds with characteristic Japanese attention to proper form and sequence. Shinto priests perform purification rites, castle administrators make formal speeches acknowledging the restoration's importance, and the construction supervisor presents symbolic keys to the domain steward representing the daimyo's authority. Throughout these proceedings, you maintain appropriate posture and expression, attentive without drawing attention, present without asserting prominence. This careful self-positioning within ceremonial contexts represents another aspect of the master craftsman's social discipline, understanding proper place within collective activities while maintaining awareness of essential contribution. Following formal ceremonies, domain officials inspect the completed restoration, guided by the construction supervisor through technical aspects requiring explanation. You respond when directly addressed regarding specific bracket systems you reconstructed, explaining functional principles and historical considerations that informed your work. This interaction demonstrates the complex knowledge transmission between specialized craftsmen and administrative officials, technical understanding communicated across social boundaries, practical expertise informing governance decisions about structural maintenance and resource allocation. With ceremonies complete and inspection concluded, the restoration site transitions toward normal castle operations. Workers dismantle temporary structures, remove construction equipment, and clear debris accumulated during months of intensive activity. This transition proceeds with the same methodical organization that characterized the restoration itself. Systematic dismantling rather than hasty abandonment, careful accounting of reusable materials, proper disposal of waste products. The disciplined conclusion of the project reflects the comprehensive professional ethic extending beyond visible construction to encompass all aspects of the built environment's transformation. For castle carpenters, however, project completion brings not extended rest but transition to next assignments. Even before final tower restoration elements were installed, planning began for upcoming projects: reconstruction of a damaged bridge connecting castle sections, renovation of reception rooms in the main administrative building, construction of new storage facilities for domain tax rice. This continuous cycle of maintenance, repair, and occasional new construction provides stable employment for specialized craftsmen attached to castle operations, their livelihood dependent on institutional continuity rather than expanding market demand. Your next assignment involves training younger craftsmen in specialized ceiling construction techniques for the reception room renovation, a task requiring both technical expertise and instructional capability. This afternoon, following completion ceremonies, you meet with the craftsmen who will work under your guidance, assessing their current skill levels and explaining the project's technical requirements. The group includes your elder son, now sufficiently advanced to participate in interior finishing work, along with apprentices from other master carpenters' workshops assigned to this specific project based on institutional needs rather than permanent affiliation. The instructional meeting takes place in a temporary workshop established near the renovation site, where example ceiling components have been arranged for demonstration purposes. You begin by explaining the reception room's ceremonial importance. Within castle operations, hosting visiting officials from other domains, conducting formal domain business requiring appropriate surroundings, physically embodying the daimyo's authority through architectural refinement. This contextual understanding beyond purely technical considerations enables craftsmen to appreciate their work's broader significance within socio-political frameworks. Moving to technical aspects, you demonstrate specialized techniques for creating coffered ceiling panels with precisely aligned, decorative elements that create subtle visual patterns when viewed from below. These techniques combine multiple skills: structural joinery for panel frames, surface finishing for visible components, precise alignment systems for collective visual effect. Your explanation balances verbal description with physical demonstration. Apprentices gathered closely to observe tool manipulation and material handling that cannot be adequately conveyed through words alone. The younger craftsmen listen attentively, occasionally asking clarifying questions that reveal their current understanding levels and specific knowledge gaps. You respond with explanations appropriate to each individual's development stage. More basic guidance for novices, more sophisticated technical rationale for advanced apprentices, collegial discussion of design implications with your son and other senior trainees. This differentiated instruction, tailored to developmental progression rather than standardized across participants, characterizes traditional craft education throughout Japanese society. As afternoon progresses, demonstration transitions to supervised practice, each craftsman attempting techniques with materials provided for training purposes. You move among them, observing execution and providing targeted guidance, adjusting hand positions, demonstrating proper tool angles, occasionally taking implements briefly to show specific movements before returning them for continued practice. This instructional approach emphasizes physical understanding developed through guided experience rather than abstract comprehension, knowledge building through embodied practice rather than conceptual explanation. Your son demonstrates considerable advancement. Since the tower restoration began, his techniques showing refinement developed through months of progressively challenging assignments. You note this improvement with understated approval, a slight nod acknowledging particularly clean joinery, brief comment about efficient cutting sequence, the restrained recognition appropriate within traditional master-apprentice relationships. His development represents successful knowledge transmission across generations, the craft lineage continuing through direct practical education rather than formal institutional training. Late afternoon brings conclusion to this initial instructional session, with arrangements for continued training throughout the reception room renovation. The project's organization follows traditional patterns. You will supervise overall ceiling construction while working directly on most complex elements. Senior apprentices will handle standard components following your templates and specifications. Younger trainees will assist with material preparation and basic assembly under continuous guidance. This graduated responsibility structure enables simultaneous production and education, the project advancing while participant skills develop through appropriate challenges. Before departing, you spend time organizing the training workshop for efficient continuation, arranging tools in logical sequence positioning practice materials for easy access, sketching key designs on wooden reference boards for consistent execution across multiple craftsmen. This methodical preparation reflects the master craftsman's comprehensive approach to workspace organization, creating environments that facilitate quality production through careful arrangement of physical elements. Apprentices observe this systematic preparation as another aspect of professional practice, understanding that craftsmanship extends beyond direct material transformation to encompass all factors affecting work quality. Walking home through evening. Streets, you encounter another master craftsman, a temple carpenter from neighboring region currently contracted for specialized Buddhist altar construction at a local religious institution. Though not directly acquainted, you recognize each other immediately through subtle indicators visible only to those within the craft. Specific tool arrangement in carrying chest, distinctive posture developed through decades of specialized work, particular hand callus patterns resulting from specialized techniques. This mutual recognition leads to brief conversation, combining professional courtesy with technical information exchange. The temple carpenter mentions unusual wood supplies recently arrived from southern domains, particularly dense keyaki timber with distinctive grain patterns, potentially suitable for structural elements requiring exceptional strength with minimal dimension. You share information about metal-fitting craftsmen currently working on castle projects, noting those demonstrating particular skill with decorative elements appropriate for temple applications. This exchange represents the craftsman's constant professional networking, technical knowledge shared across project boundaries through informal connections maintained within specialized occupational communities. Arriving home at dusk, you find your younger son demonstrating beginning carpentry skills to neighborhood children, showing how simple wooden toys can be constructed using basic tools and techniques. This informal instruction, extending craft awareness beyond formal apprenticeship relationships, represents traditional knowledge dissemination throughout communities where specialized skills maintain visible presence in daily life. Your son's ability to simplify complex techniques for children's understanding indicates developing comprehension beyond mere mimicry, beginning to grasp underlying principles that can be adapted across applications. The evening meal provides opportunity for discussion of the day's ceremonial events and new project assignments. Your wife expresses appropriate pride in the tower restoration's successful completion, while already planning household adjustments to accommodate the reception room renovation schedule. This practical adaptation to changing work requirements exemplifies the craftsman's household functioning as integrated support system, domestic arrangements flexibly accommodating professional demands through continuous adjustment rather than rigid separation between work and family considerations. After eating, you spend time updating your project records, adding detailed notes about specific techniques employed in the tower restoration, sketching key bracket assemblies with dimensional annotations, recording particular material characteristics and their performance in structural applications. These records, maintained throughout your career in bound volumes stored carefully in household archives, serve multiple purposes: personal reference for future projects, technical documentation for apprentice instruction, and potential resource for subsequent generations facing similar restoration challenges. The systematic knowledge preservation represents another dimension of master craftsmanship beyond immediate production, maintaining technical continuity across temporal boundaries through deliberate documentation. Your elder son joins this documentation process, copying key technical drawings while asking occasional questions about specific structural decisions. This participation serves both practical apprenticeship, developing necessary drawing skills for future project planning, and deeper knowledge transmission regarding decision-making rationales often invisible in completed structures. The conversations surrounding this documentation provide opportunity for explaining contextual factors affecting technical choices, how material availability influenced joint design, why certain traditional details were modified to address specific structural weaknesses, how aesthetic considerations were balanced against functional requirements. Before retiring, you review preliminary designs for ceiling components needed in the reception room renovation, considering both technical, execution requirements and visual effects from various viewing positions. This evening, planning represents the craftsman's continuous mental engagement with upcoming challenges, problems anticipated, and solutions developed through visualization before physical implementation begins. Unlike routine construction following standardized patterns, master-level craftsmanship involves this constant creative problem-solving, each project presenting unique conditions requiring thoughtful adaptation of traditional principles rather than mere replication of established forms. As you prepare for sleep, arranging bedding on the tatami floor, your mind reflects on the tower restoration's completion and its place within longer continuity of castle maintenance extending across centuries. The bracket systems you reconstructed replace components installed by unknown craftsmen generations earlier who themselves likely reconstructed elements from original construction. This layered history embodies the philosophical concept of fueki ryuko, unchanging form maintained through continuous renewal, permanent structures sustained through impermanent materials cyclically replaced while preserving essential design and function. This concept extends beyond physical structures to encompass the craft knowledge itself. Techniques transmitted across generations through master-apprentice relationships, each practitioner temporarily embodying skills developed by countless predecessors and destined for future transmission to subsequent practitioners. Individual craftsmen pass, their physical existence limited, while the knowledge they steward continues through carefully maintained transmission chains. Your own contribution, both physical components created and technical understanding conveyed, to apprentices represents one link in this extended continuity. Sleep approaches with this reflection on temporal dimensions of craftsmanship, how present work connects past and future through both material structures and knowledge transmission. The tower restoration, now complete and returning to normal castle function, will eventually require future intervention as materials age and environmental conditions create new damage patterns. Unknown, future craftsmen will examine your work, as you examined your predecessors, assessing technical decisions while incorporating that understanding into their own restoration approaches. This extended temporal awareness distinguishes master craftsmanship from ordinary construction concerned only with immediate completion. Tomorrow brings beginning of the reception room renovation, measuring existing conditions, preparing detailed implementation plans, organizing material requirements and craftsman assignments. The continuous cycle of architectural maintenance continues without significant pause, each project connecting to both previous and subsequent interventions through overlapping schedules and interconnected building systems. This unbroken continuity of construction activity, extending across political transitions and historical developments, represents one of the most stable elements within Japanese society, despite superficial changes in administrative structures and cultural expressions. What deeper meanings might exist in this continuous renewal of apparently permanent structures? How does the craftsman's relationship with materials and techniques embody philosophical principles regarding impermanence and continuity central to Japanese cultural understanding? And how might the disciplined practice of traditional carpentry, with its emphasis on precise execution and generational knowledge transmission, relate to broader social structures maintaining Japan's distinctive cultural patterns across centuries of development?